Chapter 1097. Tianyan won this round in the most domineering manner. Previously, Elder Xiao Tian had set the best of three, and Tianyan's side had won 2 rounds consecutively. There was no need to compete in the remaining round, and he had won it directly. Not only that, but the Lord of Heaven also admired him greatly and vaguely saw him as a friend. How was he still an enemy? He was almost becoming a friend. Elder Xiao Tian, you've lost. Elder Dong, Yun looked at Elder Xiao Tian. He was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Elder Xiao Tian's expression was ugly. He never thought that he would lose to Elder Dong Yun, who was at the bottom of the Hall of Gods. He had always disapproved of Elder Dong Yun's way of doing things. He didn't reply. Instead, he walked over to the Lord of Heaven and said coldly, Mountain, what's the meaning of this? I asked you to take out your weapon just now. Why didn't you do so? Elder Xiao Tian, our giant rock tribe has our own rules. The other party didn't use any weapons and used our greatest advantage to attack. We can't possibly break the rules. The Lord of Heaven had already crawled up. His injuries weren't very serious. Although he had vomited blood from Tianyun's attack, it was only an ordinary injury and not a very serious one. A loser is a loser. What's the point of breaking the rules? You're a loser now. Get out. I won't take you in as a disciple, especially a disciple with such a rotten brain. Elder Xiao Tian was completely furious. This meant that Mountain didn't listen to him, so there was no need for him to stay by his side. The Lord of Heaven's body stiffened. He slowly knelt down and said in a deep voice, that disciple was unfilial. I'm sorry, Elder. With that, he kowtowed 3 times and completely severed all ties with Elder Xiao Tian. From now on, the 2 of them would have nothing to do with each other. Humph! Elder Xiao Tian coldly snorted. He turned to look at Elder Dong Yun and said, Seems like your new disciple isn't bad. He even knows how to make use of such dead rules. I'm really looking forward to the competition in the palace. When the time comes, I'll see what other skills they have besides strength. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with his people, as well as the defeated Golden Jade Lord of Heaven. Although the Golden Jade Lord of Heaven had lost, he still obeyed Elder Xiao Tian's words. This was the main point. Losing wasn't scary. What was scary was not listening to his instructions and losing. That was what he couldn't tolerate the most. After Elder Xiao Tian left, they all looked at the Lord of Heaven with sympathy. Shanyan, Lord of Heaven, why don't you join us? Tianyan walked over and smiled. The Lord of Heaven was not a sinister person. He had always been straightforward. This could be seen from the way they talked about rules. This fellow had a one-track mind and had always abided by the clan's rules. Join your side. The Lord of Heaven was stunned. He was originally a disciple of the Palace of Gods. At most, he would just have to change masters. There wasn't much of a problem. Can I really join? He hesitated for a while and finally asked. He still wanted to stay in the Palace of Gods. There's nothing you can't do. The prerequisite is that you can pass our assessment. The Imperial Dragon of Heaven walked out and grinned. Your character isn't bad. I admire you. However, you still have to pass the assessment. Otherwise, you won't be able to join. The other smiled and nodded. Although the Mountain Rock Heavenly Monarch was on the same side as Elder Xiao Tian, their relationship wasn't too deep, especially when he didn't listen to Elder Xiao Tian's words. This made them happy. Some people had their own bottom line. The Lord of Heaven had his own bottom line. Only a cultivator with a bottom line would be able to go further in life. Thank you. The Lord of Heaven was extremely grateful. I will work hard to pass everyone's assessment. If I can't, I won't have the face to join you. Let's not talk about the assessment for now. Let's drink first. Elder Dongyun was in a good mood. He had just won against Elder Shao Tian. How could he not be happy? They returned to the private room and continued to enjoy the wine. Without Elder Shao Tian, they instantly felt that the wine was especially fragrant and sweet. Little junior brother, I didn't know that you knew the rules of other clans. If the Lord of Heaven used a weapon, what do you think your chances of winning are? The Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven asked. The others looked over. Even the Lord of Heaven looked over. What if he used a weapon? Tianyan slowly put down his wine cup and smiled. Let's drink. Let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing that Tianyan wasn't willing to answer, they could only stop asking. Some felt that he could still win, while others felt that he couldn't. Tianyan drank another cup and didn't say anything else. The result was needless to say. Let alone the Lord of Heaven using a weapon, even if he burned his essence blood to fight him, he wouldn't be the slightest bit weaker. It's about time to improve my cultivation. Things here were temporarily put on hold. The next step was to go to Heaven Pilfering's sacred land to cultivate and improve his cultivation. Soon, things here were over. Through this banquet, their relationship improved a lot. Especially after this duel, they had gained a deeper understanding of him, and the relationship between them had undoubtedly improved by leaps and bounds. After saying that they were going to Heaven Pilfering's sacred land, they all revealed envious gazes. The Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the others didn't have the chance to go to Heaven Pilfering's sacred land. It was an extremely strict place, and not so easy to go. They needed a lot of contribution points to be able to stay in Heaven Pilfering's sacred land for a while. For example, if Tianyan wanted to cultivate, he would at most be given a month's time. It was enough to show how precious it was. According to Elder Go Huang's words, Tianyan could look for him once he was ready. If he wanted to go to Heaven Pilfering's sacred land, he had to go through the approval of these high-level elders. Even Elder Dongyun couldn't do it. Under the guidance of the guards, Zhang Xian soon arrived before Elder Go Huang. There wasn't any trouble this time. It was obvious that Elder Go Huang had left some instructions on the token in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble. This would undoubtedly make things much more convenient. You're finally here. I know about your situation. You just joined the God's Creation Palace and already caused such a huge commotion. Elder Go Huang shook his head and laughed. Furthermore, you even joined Elder Dongyun's camp. It seems like your character isn't bad. Elder Dong, Yun's side isn't bad. In the past, Elder Dongyun was a super genius. It's just that his personality was different, and the cultivation path he took was slightly different. No matter what, he's definitely a good elder. Nothing here could be hidden from the eyes of these elders. As long as he wanted to understand, he would be able to know everything in the next second. Elder Dongyun is naturally a good elder. Tianyan smiled and said, Then, Elder Go Huang, I wonder if you can go to Heaven Pilfering's sacred land now. Chapter 1098. Elder Go Huang brought Tianyan to tear through space and quickly arrived at the side of the teleportation formation. This teleportation formation was a little special. There were 2 guards guarding it. The other teleportation formations did not have any guards here, which proved that the place this teleportation formation reached was very important. Elder Go Huang. The 2 guards bowed to express their respect. Elder Go Huang nodded and brought Tianyan to the teleportation formation. Then he placed his hand on the stone tablet beside him. After transferring the star power in, the teleportation formation quickly lit up and enveloped the 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared and appeared in another area. Tianyan looked around. There was nothing around him. Everything was empty. The place where the teleportation formation was located was even more peculiar. It was on top of a floating boulder and not on a planet. Without a doubt, this place was very remote. The heaven-stealing divine land was actually in such a remote place, and it seemed to be very strict. He could tell that there weren't many people who could truly touch that stone tablet. This meant that if they wanted to come here, they had to personally lead the way. Otherwise, they would not be able to come here. It was so strict that it was truly astonishing. It seemed that it would be extremely difficult to come here through other methods. If he didn't even know where he was, how would he be able to come here? Isn't this heaven-stealing divine land a little too strict? Tianyin sighed from the side. The heaven-stealing divine land is the cultivation ground of our 5 divine domains, so it will definitely be stricter. There is even a strict time limit. How much time can be allocated to each divine domain is fixed, Elder Go Huang said. Because there are so many cultivators, there is very little time for them to spread out. Unless it is a relatively outstanding disciple, they will not be given this reward. I can see that the other divine domains' teleportation formations are nearby. Tianyin turned his head to look. The surroundings were empty, and he did not see any other teleportation formations. More or less, it's not far from here. I will bring you to the heaven-stealing divine land now. Use it well. It will be enough for you to break through to the 9th refinement Earth Lord. Only by reaching the 9th level of the Earth Monarch realm can one be considered to be standing on a high platform. Elder Go Huang was very much looking forward to Tianyin breaking through to the 9th refinement Earth Monarch. Although the 8th refinement Earth Monarch was not bad, the 9th refinement was the true peak. They would only allow cultivators who could break through to the 9th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm to cultivate in such top-notch cultivation grounds. If they stopped at the 8th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm, then they would not have such a chance. Unless it was a disciple who had made great contributions, no one would be able to come in and take a look. The Imperial Dragon Lord of Heaven and the Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven were not bad, but they were not judged to have the qualifications to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. In addition, they did not have too many contribution points, so they were not allowed to come. Thinking about it, the heaven-pilfering sacred land was so big, the resources were definitely not limitless. Now that it was managed by the 5 divine domains, they had strict restrictions on the number of people they could send. Otherwise, the entire heaven-pilfering divine land would turn into a wasteland. Tianyin nodded. He also wanted to break through to the 9th refinement Earth Monarch realm. After all, this was the goal of his current main mission. Immediately, Elder Go Huang brought him and directly flew forward. Under the guidance of Elder Go Huang, it could be said that it was pitch black in front of them. They could not see anything. It should be said that all the light seemed to have been sucked away, which was why they could not see any light. Tianyin could clearly feel that the surrounding star power had been sucked away. It could even be said that there was not a bit of star power in the surroundings. It was an extreme vacuum zone. The preparations are here. Elder Go Huang stretched out his hand and pointed. There was a pitch-black light in front of them, and it looked like a black ball. This could not be judged by the eyes, but by one's perception. The surrounding space was already pitch-black enough. Even if it emitted a pitch-black light, it was still pitch-black. Tianyin could feel that this pitch-black ball contained a special and strange energy. It was as if the energy that was extracted was gathered here. How did the heaven-pilfering divine ground form? Tianyin was very curious about this. No one knows. When we discovered it, it was already here. It just so happens to be sandwiched in the middle of our 5 divine realms. It belongs to a neutral training ground. Elder Go Huang took out a jade pendant and handed it to Tianyin. This jade pendant can only allow you to last in the heaven-pilfering divine ground for a month. Of course, this time point is for the outside world. The time inside often changes, so I can't say what the situation is. But there is one thing you have to remember. When this jade pendant is about to disappear, it is time for you to leave. If you don't leave, you won't be able to come out and will be completely trapped inside. His expression was serious. It did not seem like he was lying, but he was really serious. How could a training ground be so dangerous? It seemed that this jade pendant was equivalent to a protective talisman. If the protective talisman was gone, then it would be devoured and would never be able to come out. Got it. Tianyan held the jade pendant tightly. It's good that you know. 1 month later, I will come here to pick you up. Elder Go Huang reached out and patted his shoulder. He smiled. But there is no need to be so nervous. With this jade pendant, you will be very safe. As for inside, there will be super geniuses from other divine realms. Just ignore them. Tianyan nodded. After bidding farewell to Elder Go Huang, he directly drilled into the black ball and disappeared in front of Elder Go Huang. Kid, I hope you will be able to obtain a great fortune in here. Only when Earth Monarch Ju Lien breaks through to the Lord of Heaven can he be considered the true Lord of Heaven. He shook his head, turned around, and left. 1 month later, he would come here to pick him up. When Tianyan passed through the black ball, he immediately felt the jade pendant in his bosom become scorching hot. Following that, a bit of white smoke drifted out from it. Using his spiritual sense, he could clearly feel that the jade pendant was starting to disappear bit by bit. However, this process was very slow. At the same time, the jade pendant turned into a protective shield, firmly wrapping him inside. When he entered completely, it was no longer pitch black inside. Instead, it was a strange, colorful world. It was completely different from the pitch black outside. This place looked like a fairyland. There were spirit herbs and spirit trees everywhere. On the side, there was a large pile of spirit spring water. As long as it was water, it was a spirit spring water. As long as it was a tree, it was a spirit tree of a high grade. As long as it was a grass, it was a spirit grass of a high grade. Even a piece of stone was a good forging material. It could be said that everything here was a treasure. Not a single item was a waste or an ordinary item. This scene deeply shocked him. This was the heaven-pilfering divine land. It really was a divine land. There were treasures everywhere. Chapter 10:99. There were treasures everywhere. None of them were useless. This was like entering a mountain of gold and silver. The streets were filled with treasures. Anything he picked up casually was a treasure. Even the air here felt like he was inhaling an extremely dense star power that reverberated in his body. Just breathing in here was dozens of times better than outside. This meant that just breathing here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. This difference was imaginable. If he cultivated here, wouldn't it mean that he could fly? This place is too magical, as expected of the heaven-pilfering sacred land. Everything around here must have been stolen. Tianyan was still deeply shocked. He had seen many cultivation places, but he had never seen such a heaven-defying existence. When he used the appraisal eye to scan the area, he saw an extremely terrifying force at the bottom. There was no doubt that there was an extremely huge core inside the heaven-pilfering sacred land, and it was an extremely violent one. If it wasn't a violent core, how could it devour the surrounding world? Not to mention devouring the surrounding world. Even he himself was gradually being devoured. It was only because he was wearing the jade pendant that he could survive here. After entering, he finally understood what it meant. This place had been devouring intruders. As long as it was an external object, it would be quickly devoured and assimilated. This was the terrifying nature of the Heaven Pilfering's sacred land. If the jade pendant was gone, the result was obvious: it would be devoured. As for what it would become, it was not clear. Of course, without the jade pendant, he believed that it would not be devoured immediately, but would also disappear bit by bit. It should be related to cultivation. The stronger one was, the longer one could survive without the jade pendant. Just to be safe, he must have left before the jade pendant disappeared. If he was trapped here, it would not be worth it. Shortly after, Tianyan landed on the ground and walked over. The feeling of his feet was no different from the outside. It could be said to be exactly the same. He reached out to pick up a stone. This was a rare flower jade stone, a material used to make high-grade reincarnation-level treasures. When he picked it up, he immediately felt a strong sense of rejection from the material, as if it was unwilling to let him touch it. It was as if it was unwilling to be touched by him. Following that, it seemed to have come to life and kept jumping in his hand, trying to break free from his grasp. There's such a feeling of rejection. Tianyun felt a little strange. He immediately stuffed the jade flower stone into his storage ring to see if it would break free. To his surprise, he found that he couldn't store it in his storage ring at all. It was stuck outside, unable to enter at all. Space repulsion. This place is really strange. This heaven-pilfering divine ground doesn't allow people to bring anything out. Tianyun looked at the treasures around him. No wonder there were still materials here after so long. If it could be taken away, it would definitely be taken away by a large amount. There were so many materials. Although some of them were not of high quality, they would not be a problem for star venerates or earth venerates. Especially with so many disciples in the God domain, no amount of resources would be enough. If he could, he would. Who would have thought that he couldn't even bring it with him? So many treasures could only be seen. What a pity! Take it away. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and the jade flower stone in his hand disappeared as he forcibly put it into his inventory. At this moment, the jade flower stone lay obediently in his inventory, unable to leave. No matter how stubborn it was, he could still take it away. This was the wondrous use of the system's inventory. It looks like I can still take it away. I thought I couldn't. Tianyun's eyes lit up. This meant that he could take away a large number of treasures. Others might not be able to take them away, but he could. The inventory in his body could be said to be endless. It could not be filled at all. He could take as much as he wanted. Immediately after, he plundered and collected everything he needed. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. He directly collected them and cut off the connection between them. Awesome! Tianyun felt very refreshed. He easily collected a large pile of treasures. However, he didn't take everything. He only took what he felt was not bad. If he took everything, it would be too crazy. After collecting a large pile, he checked the surroundings and didn't find any cultivators. It was obvious that there were very few people here. The jade flower stone was the most expensive. He could feel that this jade flower stone was very special. According to the price, it was at least a low-grade heavenly Tao treasure. To use a low-grade heavenly Tao treasure to send people in, the price was really high. Therefore, it was certain that there were very few people here. Other than the high price of sending people in, there was also the restriction. As for what the restriction was, it was not clear. It's about time to go through the tribulation. Tianyun felt that he had time now. He could choose to go through the tribulation to break through to the 8th refinement, and then directly break through to the 9th refinement. Level up to the 8th refinement. Ding! Experience deducted. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 8th refinement. Kaboom! Then thick clouds formed in the sky. Although this place devoured everything, it could still form the tribulation. However, when the tribulation appeared, it started to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the tribulation started to get angry. Violent lightning started to strike from the sky, and its power increased rapidly. However, the devouring speed here was not just for show. It started to devour at a crazy speed. Of course, Eteonion suffered. Very soon, he had to endure the violent lightning. After he blocked it, he realized that he had already absorbed a little more than half of the lightning. The rest was completely bearable. It seems that breaking through here will be much easier than usual. Eteonion noticed the problem. This world could devour the tribulation, which meant that it could help to slow down the power of the tribulation. The reason why there were so few Ninth Refinement Earth Lords was mainly because the test of the Ninth Refinement was too scary. Of course, the most important thing was when the Ninth Refinement Earth Lord broke through to the Lord of Heaven. That was the most difficult, because the Ninth Refinement Earth Lord was scary enough. If one broke through to the Lord of Heaven, even the heavens would not be willing to accept it. Therefore, many Eighth Refinement Earth Lords thought that breaking through to the Ninth Refinement Earth Lord was a success. Little did they know that breaking through to the Lord of Heaven was the scariest. If one went through the tribulation here, it would be much easier. It might still be limited, but at least it would be greatly reduced. Chapter 1100. Boom. The heavenly tribulation became more and more intense, as if it was angered by the heaven-pilfering divine ground. However, Eteonion didn't wait for it to continue condensing. He directly rushed forward and wanted to destroy the heavenly tribulation with one punch. As he approached, the heavenly tribulation was completely enraged. It was fine if it was disturbed by an external force, but it didn't expect the tribulation transcendence to dare to destroy it. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation turned into several lightning dragons that swallowed it whole. Break for me. Eteonion's eyes flickered. Crazy damage mode exploded. He directly punched forward, and the entire heavenly tribulation was easily destroyed. Nothing could withstand his violent power, not even the heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it couldn't be that much stronger than the tribulation transcendence. Under the crazy damage mode, it directly reached a level of crushing. Under his all-out attack, the heavenly tribulation was easily destroyed. It was no different from before. In fact, it was even a bit weaker than last time. Without a doubt, this was all thanks to the heaven-pilfering divine ground. Fortunately, the reward that should be given would still be given. The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation began to descend. It turned into star power and poured into his body, constantly nourishing his body and strengthening his meridians. This feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze made him feel very comfortable. This was the feeling he wanted. That was why he broke the heavenly tribulation time and time again to obtain the purest energy. I finally passed after Eteonion woke up from meditation. The places that were originally damaged by the heavenly tribulation were quickly repaired. This kind of repair method made even him speechless. This was like an incomparably huge life that could quickly heal the wounds on his body. Next, he could rush to the Ninth Refinement Earth Monarch. This process wouldn't be particularly long, especially with so many resources here. To him, breaking through to the Ninth Refinement Earth Monarch wasn't a problem. It might be a problem for others, but it didn't pressure him at all. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, could it be more powerful than his crazy damage mode? He immediately flew away to see if there was anything else he could plunder. Not long after he left, a few people flew over from the side, all of them looking at this area. Damn it, he ran away. The young man frowned. That's right. How could he pass the tribulation so quickly? He clearly felt like he was going through a tribulation just now, but in just a short while, he has already passed the tribulation successfully. Another young man asked doubtfully. We can only say that we came too late. The other party just happened to pass the tribulation. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to snatch the opponent's jade pendant. That way, we would be able to stay here for a while longer. Another young man felt very regretful. There was no doubt that the three of them were in cahoots, and they wanted to rob Tianyun of the jade pendant. Fortunately, he had left, or else a fierce battle would have ensued. Don't worry, that guy must still be here. Let's split up and look for him, one of them suggested. The other two nodded and quickly disappeared from the spot, splitting up to search in other places. Tianyun had no idea what was going on. As he flew forward, he saw quite a few natural treasures along the way. He felt that they would be useful to him, so he put them all into his inventory. After plundering along the way, a special island came into view. It was surrounded by rainbows, and it looked like a paradise island. Most importantly, there were many cultivators on the island. He thought that there would be fewer people here, but he did not expect to see more than 10 people meditating on the island. It felt like everyone was gathered here, meditating and cultivating. Without a doubt, the cultivation environment here was excellent. Otherwise, they would not have come here. They could not plunder any treasures here, so they could only look for a good place to cultivate. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here. When Tianyun approached, they all looked over. When they saw an unfamiliar face, they took a few more glances at him. At the same time, the token in Tianyun's hand flashed, which meant that there were people from the Heavenly Spring, Holy Realm here. It would only flash when they met people from the same sect. When he looked up, one of them opened his eyes, stood up, and walked over. A junior from the Heavenly Spring, Holy Realm? The person who walked over was a level 5 Lord of Heaven. His cultivation was quite high, and his overall level was shocking. He was definitely a genius. This place was also suitable for the Lord of Heaven's cultivation, and he could also improve by a lot. After all, the star power here was too thick. Yes, I did not expect to see Senior here. How should I address you, Senior? Tianyun saw that the other party was quite friendly. It seemed like he did not discriminate against cultivators of other races. You can call me Senior Purple Crown. What about you, Junior? There was a purple crown on his head, and it was quite interesting to call him Senior. The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, was not a human, but a phoenix. This was quite friendly. I am Tianyun. Tianyun introduced himself. So it is Junior Tianyun. I did not expect you to come here alone. Did no one else come with you? The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, asked. No, Elder Go Huang told me to come down by myself. He did not let anyone else come with me. Tianyun asked doubtfully. Is there a problem? There is. The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven's face darkened, and he transmitted his voice. If you go alone, it is very easy for you to be ambushed, and you will die. Although I do not have any proof, I feel that someone thinks so. We are not from the same holy realm, so it is better to be careful. Is there such a thing? The elder said that there is no problem. Tianyun frowned. He knew that this kind of thing would definitely happen, but Elder Go Huang said that there was no need to worry. Yes, they are very secretive. I could only find some clues, but I do not know who it is. The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, said. The elder said that there is no problem, but that is based on the situation where there is someone watching. If you act alone, you will be ambushed, but you do not know who it is. This is the most troublesome thing. If they knew, they would definitely be punished. That's good. Besides Senior Apprentice Brother Purple Crown, are there any other Senior Apprentice brothers? Tianyun asked. There are, but they are not here. I am cultivating on Divine Dream Island to deduce what will happen in the future. The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, explained, since you have just arrived, you should cultivate here. This place is very safe. No one will dare to attack you, especially with so many people here. Divine Dream Island? As Etionian looked at the island, information immediately appeared with his appraisal. Divine Dream Island, able to allow one to cultivate in their dreams, greatly increasing their cultivation speed. The main function is to deduce the future martial arts cultivation method, or the future road of cultivation. The success rate of deduction varies from person to person. Chapter 1101. This heaven-pilfering divine land is really amazing. There is such a thing. It is undoubtedly equivalent to a treasure. It can deduce martial arts or meditate on problems. In other words, if you encounter a bottleneck, you can cultivate here and enter a dreamland state, and then you can deduce how to break through the bottleneck. This is naturally quite amazing. No wonder this group of people meditate here. It is not necessarily a bottleneck. It can be a breakthrough in martial arts, but when you cultivate to a high level, you feel that it is difficult to break through. This Divine Dream Island is undoubtedly a good choice, but if you want to come here to cultivate, it depends on personal contribution. Although everyone here is a genius, geniuses also have bottlenecks. For example, the Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, in front of him has a bottleneck. This is not a shameful thing. If there is no bottleneck, he would have already rushed all the way. Of course, Etionian does not have a bottleneck. The real difficulty is the problem of experience. But experience accumulates. There is no bottleneck at all. That's right. This Divine Dream Island is extremely mysterious. You can even cultivate and perceive in your dreams. The Purple Crown, Heavenly Monarch, pulled Lin Ming over and smiled. There isn't much time left, so hurry up and cultivate. When the cultivation is over, we will go and meet with the other senior brothers. Etionian nodded and sat down to cultivate. Soon, the Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, entered into a state of cultivation, but he did not immediately fall asleep, but began to draw lottery. He still has 2 lottery chances that have not been used. This time he has free time to see what he can draw. He felt that he should draw a repeat. After all, he has been drawing the same thing recently. It is really not a feeling. Of course, there is no problem with drawing a repeat. After all, this can save a lot of crazy points. It is still a good choice. Lottery. Then a huge lottery wheel began to appear in the void and began to spin in front of him. He silently activated Luck Aura. The powerful Luck Aura enveloped him. He wanted to see what he can draw. Finally, the needle of this lottery will stopped at the martial arts type. Martial arts. Etionian was startled. This was the first time he had seen this type of martial arts. However, he was still looking forward to it. After that, the crystal box fell to the ground. He picked it up and opened it, and a familiar martial technique entered his eyes, the Skyquake Divine Technique. Sky-shaking divine art, strengthened version, low-grade reincarnation, level martial art, able to greatly increase one's weight, shocking the heavens and earth. Enhanced version? Etionian was delighted. The heaven-shaking divine art was still very useful, but it was already at max level. Previously, the heaven-shaking divine art was only at the heaven rank at its maximum level, which wasn't particularly high. Now that he had drawn a higher version, it meant that he could continue to level up. Under the violent gravity, what wouldn't he crush? Not bad. Although it was a repetition, he still felt very happy. After all, he liked this kind of martial arts very much. Come to think of it, the martial arts he knew were still relatively few, especially the high-level ones. The previous pile was basically trash, and the highest was only at the heaven tier. If there were no reincarnation tier martial arts or above, it would be impossible to look at it. Again, Tianyan drew again, and the huge lottery will continue to spin. Every time he got something, it would make him excited. After all, this was a brand new lottery wheel. Even if he got a repetition, he would still be able to get a higher level one. He still felt that it was not bad. Ding! The needle of the lottery will finally stopped on martial arts. It was still on martial arts. This made him laugh. He didn't expect that he would get what he wanted. The crystal box fell from above, and he held it in his hand. Looking at the crystal box, he shook his head and smiled. I hope it will give me another surprise. Shortly after, he slowly opened it, and a brand new martial art appeared in front of him. Flying Divine Art. Flying Divine Art. Low-grade reincarnation level martial art, able to greatly increase one's speed and agility. Best matched with the sky-shaking divine art. Tianyan's eyes lit up. This flying divine art could be matched with the sky-shaking divine art. When using the sky-shaking divine art, due to the increase in weight, both speed and agility would be greatly reduced. Now that the flying divine art could greatly increase speed and agility, it was indeed an excellent match. When used together, it would be successful in battle. He didn't expect to get a good reward in 2 lottery draws, which made him feel very comfortable. Should I continue to draw? Tianyan looked at the current crazy point. There was still a lot left. Before, he was willing to use it for lottery draw, but now if he didn't draw, he wouldn't be able to get a good martial art. Killing others can get a good martial art, but it seems that it is not as good as the lottery draw. Unless he gets a more powerful heavenly path martial art, then there is still some hope. Forget it. I will use it for the time being. When I am in urgent need of it, I will draw again. Tianyan didn't continue to draw. After all, a lottery draw costs tens of millions of crazy point, which is still quite painful. If he draws some ordinary points, it will be even more painful. When he wanted to cultivate, he found that there was a shocked gaze on the side. When he turned his head, the first thing he saw was not who was looking at him. He found that there are countless light spots constantly shrouding and gathering around him. Unknowingly, his body has gained hundreds of billions of EXP. What is going on? So much star power automatically gathered around him. This is amazing. This is too strange. We tried our best to absorb it, but he is actively gathering the star power. What is this situation? Does he have some kind of treasure that can attract the surrounding star power so that he can cultivate effortlessly? All of them were stupefied, and they felt even more envy and jealousy. If they were able to obtain such a treasure, then it would undoubtedly allow their cultivations to improve greatly. Junior brother Tianyan, what is this situation? Did the elder give you some treasure? Purple Crown Lord of Heaven next to him was shocked. Tianyan's whole body is shrouded in light spots. How can they not be shocked? This Tianyan remembered that his luck aura is not turned off. It seems that the luck aura caused the surrounding star power to gather. He was so focused on the lottery draw that he didn't pay attention to the situation around him. He didn't expect the luck aura to have the effect of guiding the surrounding star power, which shocked him. He immediately turned off the luck aura, and just when he stopped, the surrounding light spots quickly disappeared, but there are still some slowly gathering, but it is not as scary as before. You can even attract the star power if you have good luck. Chapter 1102. Tianyan didn't expect that luck aura and luck value would have such an effect here, which made him feel very magical. There was no such situation in the outside world, but in Divine Dream Island, the star power would come to him on its own initiative. This undoubtedly greatly increased his cultivation speed and made it less strenuous for him. Although the star power here was very rich, and he could absorb a lot with a casual breath, when he really absorbed it, it was like pulling something from the wall. because the star power was fixed by heaven-pilfering divine ground. If he wanted to absorb it, he had to spend a lot of effort. Eteonyon took the initiative to approach Eteonyon. The gap between them was huge, making the surrounding cultivators envious. They didn't know what kind of treasure he was holding to have such an effect. They didn't know what treasure he was holding. He was completely relying on his own luck value to attract them. If others didn't have such an effect, it meant that their luck value was not good. When he turned off the terrifying luck aura, the light quickly disappeared, leaving only a small amount of star power that came to him. Junior brother Tianyan, what's wrong? Don't you want to use that treasure? The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, saw the star power around Tianyan gathering towards him. This is not a treasure. I absorbed it on my own initiative. Tianyan shrugged, helplessly. He wanted to keep using luck aura, but the consumption of luck aura was calculated by 1 second, and the consumption of crazy point was too much. Is this ability so magical? The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, enviously said, "It seems that the martial arts you practice is quite special. We can't absorb so much." Immediately, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. After all, Tianyan was not a treasure. He couldn't enjoy it. He could only rely on himself. Tianyan ignored the gazes around him and closed his eyes to cultivate. He wanted to see what this divine dream island could deduce for him. As he immersed himself in it, he soon felt that he had entered a strange dream. He felt that he was facing a crazy heavenly tribulation. In front of him, there were countless divine thunders, covering every corner of the world, leaving him nowhere to escape. This is the heavenly tribulation that the 9 refinements Earth Lord is going to undergo. In this dream, Tianyan saw an exaggerated scene. He was surrounded by divine lightning, and it was much stronger than before. It felt like they weren't even on the same level. It was more like they were going through some kind of punishment. But that was all. That was all there was to the image, and nothing else. Even if he woke up and entered the dream again, the result would still be the same. Divine Dream Island wasn't able to deduce many scenes. At most, it could provide 1 or 2 scenes. It was obvious that Tianyan only had one scenario in mind, and that was to face this terrifying godly lightning. As for whether or not it was a test that the 9 refinements Earth Lord had to face, he was not very clear on this point. He only felt that the divine lightning around him was extremely terrifying. It made him feel powerless, as though he was facing a divine lord. Suppressing the world. If my heavenly tribulation becomes like this, it will be too difficult. I need to improve in all aspects. Tianyan frowned. He felt that the difficulty wasn't ordinary. Even if he activated his crazy damage mode, he might not be able to withstand it. This was the reason why he was worried. If it was like usual, he could casually blow it up with a punch. It was just that his improvement was limited. After all, cultivation was the foundation of the foundation. Without a foundation of cultivation, it would be difficult to resist just by relying on defensive equipment. It shouldn't be the 9 refinements Earth Lord's heavenly tribulation. If that's the case, then no one will be able to pass it. Tianyan shook his head, denying this information. This was an attack from a divine lord. How could it be the 9 refinements Earth Lord's test? After all, he had very little information. He wasn't sure if it was the 9 refinements Earth Lord's heavenly tribulation. After feeling it several times, he finally stopped. Instead, he cultivated here. He began to absorb the star power around him, and it quickly surged over. Obtained 3 billion experience points. 3, 1 billion experience points. 3, 2 billion experience points. His EXP kept rising, and the EXP he gained was quite insane. Compared to the EXP he gained in the Life Shrine, it was dozens of times more. No wonder it was said that this was an excellent place to cultivate. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to a few years outside. Of course, in reality, he didn't stay here for a month. He speculated that, from the consumption, it was far more than a month. It could be at least 2 to 3 months. Elder Go Huang had said that a month was for the outside world. It was different inside, and time passed more slowly. As for how long, it depended on the consumption of the jade pendant. If it was long, it might take a year and a half to use up. If it was fast, it would take more than a month. He maintained his cultivation state here, absorbing experience crazily. This was under the condition that he didn't use the crazy experience mode. If he used it, he would be able to obtain 1 to 200 billion experience points every time. With this speed, he would definitely be able to break through and level up faster. It seems like there's no pressure to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord. Like this, he sat in meditation and cultivated. It was quite good to be able to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord level here. As time passed, he crazily absorbed the experience here. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally heard a clear and melodious sound. Ding! Congratulations to player E. Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord level. Do you want to level up now? Not for now. E. Tianyun wasn't in a hurry to level up. If he stayed on Divine Dream Island, how could he casually level up? No matter what, he had to leave here to level up. He immediately opened his eyes. The original scene was still reflected in his eyes. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven was still cultivating beside him. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. I've been cultivating here for almost 2 weeks. Time really passes quickly. He took out the jade pendant. A small part of it had already been consumed. It seemed that it could last for a few more months. In just 2 weeks, he had successfully broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord level. The effect was truly surprising. Following that, he didn't disturb the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. He turned around and flew out of Divine Dream Island. He planned to find a place to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord level and complete his task. Not long after he left, the 3 cultivators on Divine Dream Island opened their eyes at the same time. They glanced at each other and could see a hint of ruthlessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 1103. After E. Tianyun flew away, he quickly found a remote place to stop, and after a little look around, a strange smile appeared on his face. Level up. Then he began to attract the heavenly tribulation. He believed that the heavenly tribulation he would encounter would not be the same as the one he saw in Divine Dream Island. If that was the case, he would have to attract it. This was the only way he could greatly reduce the effects here. Ding! Congratulations to player E. Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 9th refinement Earth Lord cultivation. Boom! At this time, the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. Countless bolts of divine thunder began to flash everywhere. However, it was not like in the image where there was divine thunder everywhere. There was only the terrifying divine thunder above his head. Under the interference of the heaven thief divine land, it began to be enraged. However, even if it was enraged, it did not seem to be a big problem. At most, it would be several times stronger than the 8th refinement Earth Lord breakthrough. It was normal for it to be strengthened, but as long as it was not at the Divine Lord level, E. Tianyun did not need to worry about it. When he was preparing to cross the tribulation, 3 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded him. They looked at him with sneering eyes. Friend, we will give you 2 choices. Either you accept the strengthening effects of the divine thunder, or you throw out all your treasures. Choose for yourself. This is the 9th refinement Earth Lord breakthrough. If he succeeds, he will really become a super genius. Thinking back, I did not dare to break through to the 9th refinement Earth Lord. The 8th refinement Earth Lord is already terrifying, let alone the 9th refinement. That's right. If he dies, it will be a great loss. These 3 were the cultivators who first found the place where Eteonyon was crossing the tribulation. Now that they saw him moving alone, they immediately chased after him. Who knew that when they saw that Eteonyon was crossing the tribulation, they could take advantage of him. The 3 of them were Hu-Hua Lord of Heaven, Hu-Yu Lord of Heaven, and Hu-Zung Lord of Heaven. They were not brothers, but they had a good relationship. Their names were the same, indicating that they had a good relationship. Eteonyon ignored their threats. He knew from the start that someone was hiding nearby. He couldn't be bothered with them. Since they were here to give away experience, he naturally wouldn't mind. All 3 of them were geniuses. Although they weren't the best, they were still pretty good. After killing them, he would gain a lot of benefits. Throw all the treasures to you? Eteonyon smiled faintly. That's right. This is your only choice. Otherwise, if we interfere a little, how much do you think the power of your heavenly tribulation will increase? They moved closer to Eteonyon and said in a threatening tone. This kind of threat was usually effective, especially when the higher the cultivation, the more terrifying the power of the heavenly tribulation would be. The heavenly tribulation didn't care if the other party did it on purpose or not. As long as the person got close to the heavenly tribulation would be angered and its power would increase. In its opinion, it was here to help defend, so it would increase its power. Therefore, the person undergoing the tribulation must have a protector. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy for them to be threatened. The 3 people in front of him were a very simple and crude threat. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavenly spring god realm? Eteonyon looked at them indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Kid, don't you know that talking like this will easily lead to a fatal disaster? Hu-Hua, the Lord of Heaven's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Eteonyon's words were indeed asking for death. If the other party didn't have the intention to kill him, his words would completely enrage them, and they would kill him to silence him. Fatal disaster? Eteonyon looked at them and smiled faintly. Do you think I'm an idiot? If I really listen to you, I'll just die a little faster. You've been planning to kill me from the start. Otherwise, you'll definitely be severely punished if this matter is exposed. The choice they gave him was just a toy with Eteonyon before he died. How could they really let him go? Once he was exposed, he would be severely punished. The 5 god realms had already set the corresponding rules. They absolutely couldn't kill each other. Once discovered, they would be jointly punished by the other god realms. However, this kind of thing could only be said verbally. If they couldn't find out anything, they could only let it go. With so many geniuses here, it was impossible to kill the wrong person. That would be too severe, and no god realm would be willing to do that. As for soul-searching, it was not very possible. With their situation, they definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. If something went wrong, who would compensate them? Looks like you're not stupid. Since you can see it, then there's no need to say anything more. Die. Before he finished speaking, Eteonyon pounced and flew directly towards them. He didn't care about the heavenly tribulation at all. After he rushed over, he scared them. They originally wanted to threaten him, but who knew that Eteonyon would directly kill him, ignoring the heavenly tribulation in the sky. You want the heavenly tribulation to become stronger, right? Then let's play something more exciting. Eteonyon quickly circulated the flying god technique. With a whoosh, his speed instantly increased. In the next moment, He killed his way to the weakest Lord of Heaven, Hu Yu. He grabbed him and directly flew above the heavenly tribulation. Lord of Heaven didn't even have time to react before he was already caught. As they ascended, the power of the heavenly tribulation suddenly increased, and thick divine thunder immediately struck down. Even a heaven monarch would have to retreat from such a terrifying power. Lord of Heaven wanted to struggle, but he was firmly held in place. The terrifying power made him feel how powerless his struggle was. Quickly let go of me. Lord of Heaven saw the terrifying divine lightning and was scared out of his wits. No problem, I'll let you go. Get up for me. Tianyun suddenly kicked. With a dong sound, Lord of Heaven was directly kicked into the heavenly tribulation. With a boom sound, the divine lightning ruthlessly struck down and directly penetrated Hu Yu, Lord of Heaven's body. Heavenly Lord, Hu Yu barely managed to block it, but his body was already charred black, and he seemed to have suffered some injuries. Following that, another strengthened divine lightning struck down from the sky and ruthlessly struck Tianyun's body. However, it only left a smear of charred black on his body and then quickly disappeared. His recovery speed is quite astonishing. Lord of Heaven didn't even fall to the ground. Tianyun tightly grabbed the divine spear and fiercely threw it. With a poochie sound, the spear pierced through the person in the sky. He coldly looked at them and said, "Don't you want to attract the heavenly tribulation? Come." The other two are still foolishly standing on the side. This series of actions is too fast, so fast that they didn't react. Their own brother was nailed in the air by Tianyun, unable to move at all. He didn't die, but he was nailed in the air. If a few more divine lightning struck down, wouldn't he turn into charcoal? Chapter 1104. Tianyun didn't give them a chance to recover. He swept the heavenly divine spear in his hand and cut Hu Yu, Lord of Heaven, in half. It was as easy as cutting a fragile piece of tofu. Ding! Successfully killed Hu Yu, Heavenly Lord. Reward: 870 billion EXP, 15 million crazy points, 5 million SPs. Reward: 10,000 killing technique, mid-grade reincarnation level martial art, broken teeth sword, high-grade reincarnation level weapon, ancient spirit necklace. Ding! Successfully killed Hu Yu, Lord of Heaven. Reward: 100 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 5 million proficiency. Reward: 1 lucky draw ticket. With the addition of 64 times experience points, he gained more than 800 billion experience points, which was really awesome. He had to admit that killing these experts was the fastest way to gain EXP, and he could also get a lot of treasures. It's just that there were no rare ones. If he could get a heavenly Tao martial art, it would be even better. Unfortunately, they didn't have this kind of heavenly Tao martial art. They did have a grade 2 divine domain, heavenly Tao martial art, but they weren't qualified to practice it. Second brother. When the two of them saw heavenly monarch Hu Yu's corpse being dismembered, they immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Anger immediately came out, and without hesitation, he rushed towards Tianyun's side. They have always been acting together, but they didn't expect that this time. Their brother was killed in a blink of an eye. "I will kill you!" Hu Yu, Lord of Heaven, roared and rushed towards Tianyun with all his strength. The phantom of Tsang Ming immediately appeared behind him. This phantom of Tsang Ming was actually a giant python. Poisonous gas was quickly released from his body, causing the sky to turn pitch black. Heavenly Lord Hu Hua did the same. He unleashed his strongest power, wanting to avenge Heavenly Lord Hu Yu. But as soon as they came in, the heavenly tribulation struck them. They could only brace themselves to resist. Boom! The two of them were knocked back dozens of meters, and their bodies were charred black. the power of the heavenly tribulation against them was much stronger than against Tianyun. Tianyun withstood the heavenly tribulation and flew towards them. What? You want to rob us with that little ability of yours? Tianyun sneered. The two of them were both shocked and angry. The divine lightning that triggered the heavenly tribulation was too strong. It was already good enough that they could withstand it. If it were any other ordinary Lord of Heaven, they would have been struck to death. In other words, if their cultivation was at the 5th layer of the Lord of Heaven, then the power of the divine lightning that struck down would at least be at the 6th or 7th layer of the Lord of Heaven. This was the punishment for the cultivators who had trespassed. Although it could make the heavenly tribulation stronger, it was also protecting the person undergoing the tribulation. In any case, the power of the heavenly tribulation that Tianyun endured was much stronger, but overall, it was not as abnormal as theirs. Damn it, should we wait for him to finish his tribulation? Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, quickly retreated, not daring to continue intruding into the heavenly tribulation. That's fine. Let's let him successfully break through to the 9th layer of the Earth Monarch realm. Then we'll make plans. Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, could only brace himself and leave. After being struck by the divine lightning, they immediately sobered up, not daring to continue approaching. This was like a bucket of cold water being poured on their anger, temporarily cooling them down. No need to make plans. Just follow me to the tribulation. Tianyun laughed and pounced towards them, scaring them into running away. But how could their speed be faster than Tianyun? Phoenix Bloodline, open! Flying God Art, open! Double speed was activated consecutively, and his speed directly exploded. He turned into a ray of light and swept over, instantly catching up to Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, scaring him to the point that his courage was about to explode. What kind of speed is this? He stuttered. This speed was really too terrifying, almost catching up in the blink of an eye. Didn't I say, how about staying and crossing the tribulation together? Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he swung his fist fiercely. Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, quickly waved his snake sword to block. Tianyun completely ignored the snake sword and still punched down. Sky-shaking God Art. Violent power superimposed on his fist, like a huge planet condensing on his fist, together with two kinds of martial arts that increase speed. Under the situation where the power was not weakened, it still had astonishing speed. Boom! Hutsung, Lord of Heaven's hand that was holding the snake sword trembled, and his palms were directly shattered by this violent power, and he was sent flying along with his sword. Boom! A big pit was formed on the ground. Third brother. Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, was scared to death. He didn't expect that both of his brothers would be defeated. What the hell are you screaming for? Tianyun sneered. It's too late to escape. In the next moment, he rushed forward with sky-shaking God Art, and in a flash he arrived in front of Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, and slammed his body into Hutsung, Lord of Heaven. There was no fancy move, just a simple collision. Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, directly collided with Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, and the violent power couldn't be stopped at all. The upgraded sky-shaking God Art is too terrifying. Coupled with flying God Art, it is like a huge flying planet. Who would dare to stop it? Ding! Successfully killed Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, gained 930 billion EXP, 20 million crazy points, 5 million SBS. At the same time, gained Meridian Snake Sword, high-grade reincarnation level weapon, 10,000 kill extinction, Ancient Spirit Bracelet, low-grade reincarnation level. Ding! Successfully killed Hutsung, Lord of Heaven, gained 100 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 5 million proficiency, and a lottery ticket. A series of sounds popped up, letting him gain a lot of experience, but he is still far away from leveling up. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It exploded with just one hit. Yi Tianyun spread his hands helplessly. He thought that at most he would be seriously injured. Who knew that he would turn into a blood mist with just one hit? The sky-shaking god art's power is certainly enhanced, plus their physique is not as strong as Yi Tianyun. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Hu Tsung, Lord of Heaven. Hu Tsung, Lord of Heaven, was lucky. He used the meridian snake sword to resist his attack. Otherwise, he would really be blown into a blood mist by the punch. Of course, the situation is not much better now. The meridian snake sword seems to be embedded in his body. He looks like he is dying. The violent fist directly punched the weapon into his body, almost piercing through it. How could he not be on the verge of death? Boom! Then a bolt of divine lightning struck down and ruthlessly struck him to death. Ding! Successfully killed. Hu Tsung, Lord of Heaven, gained. Ding! Successfully completed a realm jumping kill. Gained. Chapter 11:05. The three Lords of Heaven had been easily killed by Yi Tianyun, as if he were drinking water. They were all geniuses, but how could they be his match when Yi Tianyun's strength had increased so much? They were all geniuses, but not every genius had a terrifying awakening ability like Sir God Yuqin. Thus, dealing with them wasn't difficult at all. In particular, when combined with the heaven-shaking divine art and heaven-soaring divine art, the strength of these two divine arts directly exploded. This was a nearly overwhelming victory, directly crushing the opponent's strength. It could even be said that this was the might of a 9 refined Earth Lord. After breaking through to the 9 refined Earth Lord realm, his strength had increased by a great deal. It could be said that his strength was several times that of an 8 refined Earth Lord. This was truly an existence on a different level. No wonder it was said that a 9 refined Earth Lord was a true Earth Lord. I'll break this heavenly tribulation first. Yi Tianyun looked up at the heavenly tribulation and quickly flew up. He revolved the soaring heavenly god art and combined it with the heaven-shaking divine art to scatter the heavenly tribulation. After breaking this heavenly tribulation, a rich star power began to descend from the heavens, blessing his body and strengthening the planet within him. He sat there meditating to recover, feeling the astonishing energy. This is the feeling of a 9 refined Earth Lord. It's really good. Yi Tianyun felt his entire body relax. As he was about to finish, he heard a loud shout from the side. You actually killed our 3 senior apprentice brothers." Then 2 cultivators flew over. As they saw the blood and corpses strewn all over the ground, they were immediately enraged. From this familiar aura, they were undoubtedly their fellow apprentice brothers. Soon after, other cultivators flew over. The fluctuations of tribulation here had clearly been sensed by the cultivators of Divine Dream Island. Thus they all flew over. Even the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven flew over. As he saw the situation, his complexion changed. "Junior apprentice Brother Tianyun, you are too reckless. Even if we really want to do it, we can't do it here. We have to do it in a remote place." The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he was discovered, Yi Tianyun would be punished. Yi Tianyun was from the same sect as him, so he would definitely side with his own people. As for the cultivators from the other god territories, how they died had nothing to do with him. The other cultivators flew over. When they saw this scene, they all revealed gloating expressions. They were all witnesses to this scene. "I did kill 3 of you. That's right." Yi Tianyun stood up and readily agreed. At the same time, he retrieved the spoils of war from the corpses. Among them was the jade pendant. With the 3 jade pendants, he could stay here for a longer period of time. When the time came, he would have someone send him a message. Then, Elder Go Huang wouldn't stay outside for too long. As the other cultivators heard Yi Tianyun's straightforward reply, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then they angrily cursed, "Put down your things. It seems you're here to rob us. How could your heavenly spring divine realm have such a disciple? Do you want to destroy the relationship between the god territories?" Once this accusation was placed on them, no one would be able to bear it. Tianyun faintly looked at him and coldly sneered, "Destroy the relationship between the god territories? Then let's see who broke the rules first." As he finished speaking, he threw out a recording disc. Then, the previous conversation fell into the eyes of many cultivators. "I'll give you two choices. Either hand over all your treasures, or we approach and increase the power of this heavenly tribulation. You obviously want to kill me to silence me. Don't take me for a fool." All sorts of images and sounds appeared in front of everyone. Tianyan wasn't a fool. He knew how serious the situation was. From the beginning, he had used the recording disc to record everything. As long as he could prove that the other party had threatened him first, everything would be fine. As soon as the recording was shown, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven rushed over and angrily cursed, "All right, you're the ones who really destroyed the relationship between the god territories. I didn't expect you to threaten my junior brother to pass the heavenly tribulation. If my junior brother wasn't stronger, he would have been struck to death by the heavenly tribulation." The sudden reversal made the other party speechless. They were suppressed by the recording disc and had no power to refute. When the others saw this, they shook their heads. They didn't expect that Tianyun would still have a trick up his sleeve. This time, the one who would be punished was not Tianyun, but the other party. "Not bad. To pass the heavenly tribulation, you really spent a lot of effort. I'll explain it to Elder Go Huang. When the time comes, I'll hold your god territory accountable." Tianyun said coldly. He didn't believe that these people didn't know that the Lord of Heaven and the others had done this. They must have known about it. Now that they failed, they became angry out of shame. Now that he had the recording disc, he didn't need to explain too much. The recording was the simplest and crudest explanation. This is all because they acted without permission and violated the rules. This has nothing to do with our god territory. We'll mention this matter to the elder. When the time comes, we'll properly discuss this matter." The other party's tone immediately weakened. Anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. He didn't expect that everything would be in vain, and he would die in vain. "All right, when the time comes, I hope you can give a reasonable explanation." Tianyun snorted coldly. Then he flew to the side of the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven and said with a smile, "Senior brother purple-crowned, let's go." The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven nodded and left with his people, leaving the group of people looking at each other in dismay. This was really bitterness that couldn't be expressed. Instead, it caused a lot of trouble. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven gave a thumbs up and praised, "Junior brother Tianyun, you're really amazing. You even know to use the recording disc. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to wash away. This definitely has to be recorded. Otherwise, it would really be a big problem. With such a big commotion, if the other party were to accuse me, I really wouldn't be able to bear it." Tianyun smiled. He already knew how to do this. No matter what he said, it couldn't compare to the recording disc. Although the recording could be faked, there were no conditions to fake it here. Therefore, it wouldn't be considered fake. Right, I almost forgot to congratulate junior brother Tianyun. You've broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. That's really amazing. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head and said, "At most, I'll break through to the 8 refinements Earth Monarch level. Then, I'll break through to the Lord of Heaven. Otherwise, I'll definitely fail. This way, you'll become one of the few disciples in the heavenly spring divine realm who broke through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level." how many people in the heavenly spring divine realm have broken through to the 9 refinements Earth monarch level? Etionyan asked. There won't be more than 10. You can imagine how heaven-defying you are, right? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven said enviously, in the future, you'll definitely be heavily nurtured. However, I have to remind you that you must become strong enough. Otherwise, when you break through to the Lord of Heaven level, you might die here. Chapter 1106. 8 Refinement Earth Lord breaking through to Lord of Heaven would be like dying, let alone 9 Refinement Earth Lord breaking through to Lord of Heaven. The further one breaks through, the more difficult it is to break through. It's not that Purple Crown Lord of Heaven doesn't have the confidence to break through to 9 Refinement Earth Lord, but he doesn't have the confidence to break through to Lord of Heaven. Without the confidence to break through to Lord of Heaven, everything is nonsense. I know this. I must improve myself to break through. Tianyan thought of the scene in Divine Dream Island. Is he really facing the heavenly tribulation to break through to Lord of Heaven? If that's the case, he really needs to improve himself. Otherwise he will die. But breaking through to Lord of Heaven, he will have to face an attack comparable to Divine Monarch level. Isn't this a bit too much? At that time, he can only resist. He can't be as domineering as he is now. He can't destroy the heavenly tribulation with one punch. It's already good enough to resist the attack of Divine Monarch level. How can he destroy it with one punch? If he provokes the heavenly tribulation, it will release a stronger attack of Divine Monarch level. It will be absolutely fatal. Ding! Completed main quest breakthrough to 9 Refinement Earth Lord. Obtained 500 million crazy points, 500 million SPs, 500 million mastery. Ding! Successfully accepted main quest breakthrough to 10 Refinement Earth Lord or Lord of Heaven level. Breakthrough to 10 Refinement Earth Lord. Obtained 1 billion crazy points, 1 billion SPs, 1 billion mastery. At the same time, obtained the title Eternal First Earth Monarch. Broke through to Heavenly Monarch realm. Gained 500 million crazy points, 500 million SBS, 500 million mastery. Choose one of the 2 main quests. You can choose to break through at will. What? When Tianyan saw the new main quest, he was dumbfounded. It's not that there are 2 main quests, but a new word appeared, 10 Refinement Earth Lord. 10 Refinement Earth Lord. Isn't it only 9 refinement? How did a 10th refinement appear out of nowhere? He was extremely shocked. Junior brother Tianyan, what's wrong? When the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven saw Tianyan suddenly shout out, he felt somewhat baffled. Senior brother Purple Crown, I wonder if there's a saying about the 10 refinements of Earth Monarch. Tianyan calmed down, looked at him, and asked, 10 Refinement Earth Monarch. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven immediately laughed and denied. I've never heard of such a saying. 9 refinements is the limit. There's no such thing as 10 refinements. Do you think that the other levels all have 10 levels, and that all Earth Monarchs have 10 refinements? That's right. Tianyan nodded. There's no such thing. The 9th refinement is the limit. I've never heard of the 10th refinement. If there really is a 10 refinements Earth Monarch, wouldn't it explode the heavens? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven smiled and said, It's fine. I thought about it a long time ago, but later I realized that there was no such theory. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven denied it without hesitation, believing that there was no 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Of course, Tianyan wouldn't say that there was really a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. The system wouldn't lie. Since it gave this condition, then it definitely existed. There was absolutely no way it could be fake. 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Tianyan's eyes flickered. If he succeeded, then he would obtain an additional special title, #1 Earth Monarch of all time. The effect of this title was absolutely powerful. He didn't know what additional effects it would have, but he would only know after he obtained it. However, would there be any special conditions needed to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch? When he checked, there were indeed special conditions superimposed on it. 10 refinements Earth Monarch. The basic condition for breaking through is to condense a second planet in the body and circulate it. At the same time, the two of them need to share star power and reach a mutually supportive state. Otherwise, it will be judged as a failure. Note, requires a planet with a core. When he saw this condition, he frowned. Still need to condense a planet? This difficulty wasn't just a little high, especially when there were 2 planets. It was easy to cause problems. The most important thing was that there needed to be a core. It wasn't just a simple stone, but a planet with a core. Either he condensed his own core, or he dug it up and put it in. It had to be said that the difficulty was quite high. The main thing was whether or not he could condense a second planet with a core. Furthermore, they couldn't collide with each other. Otherwise, even he would die. The difficulty is really high. Tianyan shook his head. No wonder no one had succeeded in so many years. The conditions were so harsh. How could anyone succeed? Otherwise, there wouldn't be this strange title of #1 Earth Monarch of all time. What a domineering title. This was the first person to reach the 10 refinements Earth Monarch level since time immemorial. It seemed that it really was like the other levels. There were still 10 levels, but it was too difficult, so people didn't think there was a 10 refinements. Or perhaps it was impossible, so no one succeeded. As time passed, and no one succeeded, they would naturally deny the 10 refinements Earth Monarch level. Although the difficulty is high, if there isn't any difficulty, then how can it be challenging? Tianyan roughly knew what the Divine Dream Island was, and what he dreamt of. It might be the heavenly tribulation of a 10 refinements Earth Monarch, or the heavenly tribulation that a 10 refinements Earth Monarch would encounter when breaking through to the level of the Lord of Heaven. This might even be a hint given by Divine Dream Island. A 10 refinements Earth Monarch, the #1 Earth Monarch of all time, would the heavens allow him to break through to the Lord of Heaven? Thus, the most terrifying divine thunder would descend. Whether or not one could resist, it all depended on one's own ability. Then, he flew forwards with the purple crown, Lord of Heaven. The purple crown, Lord of Heaven, didn't bring him back to Divine Dream Island, but directly brought him forwards. Let's meet up with the other disciples. That place is the best place to cultivate in the Heaven Thief God land. You have just made a successful breakthrough, so you must go there to consolidate your foundations. The purple crown, Lord of Heaven, enviously said, "You also obtained 3 jade pendants. You can stay here for a while longer." Senior apprentice Brother Purple Crown, how much time do you have left? Tianyan asked. It won't be long. At most, I will have less than 10 days before I leave this place. The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, smiled. How about this? I'll give you this jade pendant. Tianyan selected one and handed it to the Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven. If he obtained 3 jade pendants, he would be able to stay here for a longer period of time. The truth was that he didn't need to stay here for that long. Moreover, he felt that the Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, was a good person. If he was given the least amount of time, it would be fine. The Purple Crown, Lord of Heaven, quickly declined. Junior apprentice, Brother Tianyan, you absolutely cannot do that. You have just broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch realm, so you need to consolidate your cultivation. Let me tell you clearly, when a 9 refinements Earth Monarch breaks through to the Lord of Heaven, there is only a slim chance of survival. Don't think that you are enough. The truth is that nothing is enough. His eyes were filled with determination. He was determined not to take the jade pendant that Tianyun gave him. Instead, he was extremely concerned about him. Chapter 1107. Tianyun was moved by the words of the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been polite with him and would have taken it first. It was simply far too difficult to enter this place. If one could stay a little longer, they would definitely do so. In particular, even though Tianyun still had 3 jade pendants, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven still chose to give up. This action left Tianyun feeling a bit of admiration. There were very few people that could refuse like this. This proved that the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven was truly considerate of him. Senior apprentice, Brother Purple-Crowned, I have 3 jade pendants. I'll choose 1 less for you. It looks like you've already reached a bottleneck. I don't know when you'll be able to come here again. You don't need to be polite with me. You said that once I break through to the 9th refined Earth Lord realm, the elders will definitely vigorously train me. At that time, they will definitely give me more resources. It might not be too long before I can come here again. Tianyun insisted on giving the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven the jade pendant. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven was a good person, especially now that he had reached a bottleneck. This could be considered as giving him a favor. If he hadn't reached a bottleneck, then he wouldn't have stayed at Divine Dream Island for such a long time. He wanted to meditate and see if he could break through this bottleneck. Hearing Tianyun say this, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven hesitated a bit. He clenched his teeth and said, "Then I owe Junior Apprentice Brother Tianyun a favor. I have indeed encountered a bottleneck recently, and I haven't been able to break through it. If Junior Apprentice Brother Tianyun has any problems in the future, feel free to look for me at Sword Palace. I will definitely help you." Tianyun certainly believed his words. At the very least, his favorable impression of him wouldn't be fake. When he looked at others, he looked at their favorable impression. If they had a low favorable impression of him, then that would be a lie. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven was obviously not one of them. Thus, he was worthy of being friends with. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Senior Apprentice Brother Purple Crown. Tianyun smiled. Then, he handed over one of the jade pendants. After the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven received it, he carefully put it away. This was a hard-won opportunity for him, so he naturally had to be careful. Now, I can have another month to cultivate. Thank you so much. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven had just checked the jade pendant and found that it could be used for at least another month, which was quite a long time. The other 2 jade pendants were about the same. The 3 of them had entered at the same time, so they had arrived at about the same time. Under the guidance of the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven, they soon arrived at their destination, the path of the Celestial Lord. The Celestial Immortal Path was actually a long passageway. As far as the eye could see, it was a long passageway that wound all the way up to the top of a mountain range. When they arrived, Tianyun saw many cultivators sitting cross-legged on the passageway. To put it bluntly, they were sitting on the side of the main road. This path was very strange. There were no trees around it, not even spirit herbs. It was a very empty passageway. Only a few thousand meters away from the passageway were there all sorts of spirit trees and spirit flowers. Here, the passageway was bare, including the one leading to the top of the mountain. It was all bare. In fact, even that mountain was completely barren. It was extremely ugly to look at. However, this passageway attracted most of the cultivators who came here. All of them were sitting cross-legged there to cultivate. Tianyun glanced over and saw that there were more than 100 people. These were all super geniuses from the 5 divine realms. Each of them had been nurtured at a great cost. Just the hundreds of people here alone would consume hundreds of jade pendants. The price was basically equivalent to consuming hundreds of heaven-level treasures. It was really extravagant. This was only one batch. After all, as time passed, another batch of people would be sent in. At that time, the consumption would be even more shocking. No matter how talented a cultivator was, without amazing resources, there was no way to stack up. There are really a lot of strong people. Some of them are even at the 8th or 9th level of the Lord of Heaven. It seems that they are going to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Etiania nodded. Breaking through to the Divine Lord realm wasn't a big problem here. After all, the star power here was much stronger than outside. If one couldn't break through here, then there was no need to talk about the outside. This is the celestial immortal path, the best place to cultivate in the heaven pilfering's sacred land. Don't be fooled by its bare appearance. It's actually the best place to absorb star power. It's not like other places where the rejection is stronger, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven explained. Why doesn't anyone climb up the celestial immortal path? Tianyan saw scattered people meditating along the way. However, the higher the mountain, the fewer people there were. At the very top, there was no one there at all. Because no one can climb up, so no one. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head and said, "In the legends of the celestial immortal path, whoever can climb to the highest peak can become a celestial immortal." Celestial immortal? Etienne's eyes narrowed. A heavenly master's cultivation was stronger than a divine monarch's, which meant that they were the top experts in the 3rd-grade god domain. As a domain lord, Etienne felt no pressure at all. Climbing up and you can become a celestial immortal? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Etienne was puzzled. This is indeed a bit exaggerated, but if you really climb up, your chances of breaking through to become a celestial immortal in the future are not low. At the very least, your chances are much higher than most divine lords. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shrugged and said, "Anyway, I don't have to think too much about it. Right now, we don't even have the 8 characters of a divine lord, let alone a celestial immortal. That's a godlike existence." Etienne nodded. This explanation was more reasonable. If reaching the peak really meant becoming a celestial immortal, then it was too exaggerated. There was only one possibility, and that was that after climbing up, one would have a celestial immortal comprehension, which would be of great help to breaking through in the future. This explanation was more reasonable. If someone said that climbing up meant becoming a celestial immortal, he would not believe it. Although the difficulty is quite high, many people still try to climb up. Etienne saw many of them moving forward step by step. A group of Lord of Heaven powerhouses climbing up the mountain was really hilarious. Isn't that for sure? Coming here, one must try the celestial immortal path. Otherwise, coming here would be a waste. Moreover, this is the best place to cultivate. Cultivation is the main thing, and climbing up is incidental. There is no conflict between the two. Following that, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven flew down with him, and soon landed at the beginning of the path. Junior brother Tianyan, you can start from here. Under normal circumstances, as long as you walk past a place, you can directly fly over it. There is no need to walk again, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven said. So, you don't have to worry about leaving this place. Or, the next time you come, you will have to come back again, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven said. Chapter 1108. In many similar situations, one could only start from the beginning. One could not leave from the beginning and stay in the same place the next time they came back. This was how the path of the heavenly sovereign worked. If one could climb to the top of the mountain, One could fly over the next time instead of walking in from the beginning. This would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The key was that the concentration of astral power was completely different. It's indeed more humane. Junior brother Tianyun, stay here for now. I'll go over first and wait for you to catch up. I believe that with your standard, you'll be able to catch up in no time. If there's any problem, just call me. After the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven explained to him, he flew forward. It was obvious that he had been here before. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven was quite talented. It was normal that it was not his first time here. It was impossible for him to go up with Tianyun again. It would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Moreover, although the path was far, it was within sight. There was no need to worry that someone would disturb Tianyun. If someone were to disturb Tianyun, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven would see it immediately. Hence, there was no need to go so close. After the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven left, Tianyun turned his attention to the path of the Heavenly Sovereign. This name was really domineering. The path of the Heavenly Sovereign. Since it could be called that, there must be a meaning behind it. Becoming a Heavenly Sovereign, Tianyun lifted his foot and walked towards the path of the Heavenly Sovereign. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he immediately felt a stream of thoughts gushing into his head. This was not a martial arts secret manual. It was a kind of artistic conception. In an instant, he felt that he had fallen into an artistic conception. The next moment, he felt that he was in another world. He had transformed into a small farmer, farming and feeling the hardships of labor. However, Tianyun calmed his mind and quickly woke up from this artistic conception. He felt that he had been here for a few years. In reality, it was not that long. In reality, he had only stayed for a short while. The most important thing was that he did not move. This was the most important thing. He did not take a single step forward. He was directly frozen in place. So that's how it is. An illusion test, Tianyun's heart settled, and he immediately realized the problem with the Tao of the Celestial. He had to experience these illusions. It was just that this illusion was so real that he could really feel the hardships of the farmers. Fortunately, in the process of experience, the astral power around him kept surging in and turning into experience points. He found that the astral power here was indeed very dense, much denser than the astral power outside, so it was easier to absorb. The key was that he would be trapped in this illusion for a long time. By the time he woke up, the protective effect of the jade pendant would be gone. At that time, he would really die here. Thus, he needed someone to pull him back. Otherwise, he would definitely continue to fall into this illusion. However, it was just the beginning, so the difficulty wasn't that great. That was why the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven didn't come over to protect him, and he didn't explain it too clearly either. Everyone's situation was different, so there was no point in explaining it too clearly. After he calmed himself down, he continued to walk forward step by step. Because his mind was very calm, he did not feel any pressure at all, let alone falling into the illusion. As he kept walking forward, Tianyun was surprised to find that the absorption effect was getting better and better. This was similar to the Holy Hall of Life. The closer he was to the core, the better the effect was. It was the same here. The closer he was to the front, the more amazing the effect was, and the more experience he gained. As he walked forward quickly, he soon caught up with the new cultivators and continued to chase after the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. The entire celestial path was quite far, at least 100 miles away. Normally, if he flew, he would be able to reach it in an instant. However, it was different now. He walked forward step by step, and his speed would slow down. Of course, Tianyun just ran. He started to run forward continuously. When the crowd saw this, They looked at him as if he was an idiot. Is this kid crazy? If he were to rush into a special illusion in one go and accidentally get stuck inside, it would be troublesome. He seems to be from the heavenly spring divine realm. Are the geniuses from the heavenly spring divine realm all so arrogant? Forget it. Let them do what they want. They will die anyway. One by one, the cultivators shook their heads. They felt that Eteonyun was crazy. Others walked step by step. At most, they would walk a little faster. They had never seen anyone running. Even the more arrogant geniuses would choose to climb step by step instead of rushing forward in one breath. That would bring about a huge negative effect. It would make the illusion effect of the celestial path accumulate. It seemed stable and could withstand the illusion. However, once one ran too far, the effect would be even stronger. To put it bluntly, every step would cause an illusion. It could be said that one step was a different world, and no one could escape. At most, they would enter the illusion when it accumulated to a certain extent. Then, they would break out of the illusion. The further they went, the more shocking the illusion would be. If they accumulated for a long distance, once they stepped into the illusion, they might not even be able to wake up. It would be fine if it was the same as the outside world. The problem was that once the jade was used up, they would die. They would be completely devoured by the heavenly pilfering divine realm. It's over. I didn't explain it clearly to him. He can't run so far in one breath. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven's heart jumped when he saw Eteonyun rushing over. He knew that he was in trouble. Just as he was about to stop him, Eteonyun suddenly stopped. It was obvious that he had entered the illusion. He ran a few miles in one breath. That's too fierce. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven took a deep breath. He estimated that Eteonyun was facing a terrifying illusion. Generally, after falling into the illusion, one could forcefully break it. That was to carry the person away. Then, they would be able to leave the illusion. However, if they used external forces, they would have to start all over again. Therefore, if someone launched a sneak attack, it would be considered a failure. Of course, with so many people watching, who would launch a sneak attack? Unless they didn't want to stay here anymore. It was clearly stated that they couldn't attack each other. If someone did so, and was seen by so many people, they wouldn't even know how they died. The 5 divine realms were aware of the problem here. That was why they made all sorts of rules to not attack each other. It was beneficial to everyone. That kid has fallen into the illusion. He has already run a few miles. With such an astonishing distance, it will take him at least a month. At that time, even his protective barrier will be gone. I think it will take even longer. It seems that this journey was wasted. What a waste. It's better to leave this time for me. I can walk up step by step. It's worth it. They all thought that Eteonyun was a fool and that he was wasting his jade pendants. They thought that it would take a long time for Eteonyun to wake up from the illusion, but the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and continued to run forward as fast as he could. Chapter 1109. It stood to reason that if one gathered so many illusions in one go and then fell into them, it would take a long time before they could break free. After all, after accumulating so many illusions, the difficulty would greatly increase. This wasn't the accumulation of many small illusions, but a direct increase in difficulty. Otherwise, they would have already started running instead of walking slowly. At most, they would walk a short distance, and then stop, deliberately letting themselves fall into the illusions. This was the same as entering the accumulated illusions. After breaking them, it was the same as solving a small problem. This method was followed by many people. It was currently the safest method. If they ran like crazy, they would at most run a short distance, unlike Tianyan, who ran several miles. This distance was too far. Once they burst out, they would wait until the jade pendant's protective shield disappeared, and they might not be able to break it. This time was too long, so no one was willing to do this. It was just too dangerous. When Tianyan did this, he would be ridiculed. But who knew that when he broke it in seconds, everyone would be shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. It hasn't even been a few seconds, and it's already been broken. This is too exaggerated. I wonder if he didn't enter the illusions and just stopped to rest. Impossible. He must have entered the illusions. His aura fluctuations just now were different. Once someone enters the illusions, their aura will calm down, as if they were dead. If that's the case, then did he really break it in an instant? How did he do this? Everyone was dumbfounded. They all wanted to see Tianyan become a joke and be moved away. Who knew that nothing would happen to him, and he would even break it in seconds. This left them all stunned. Tianyan ignored their gazes and continued to rush forward. It was undeniable that the illusions here were very strong. But for him, these illusions were still within the range of what he could withstand. With his powerful spiritual force, he could directly break through any illusions. This was his spiritual force. It far surpassed the existence of others at the same level. Don't forget, he was also a powerful divine carver master. His spiritual force was definitely much stronger than others. In addition to his outstanding willpower, how could this small illusion stop him? Continue. Tianyan sprinted all the way up and continued to crazily throw out a few more miles. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he directly stopped where he was and entered the illusion. At this time, the crowd started discussing again, guessing how long it would take for Tianyan to wake up this time. No one thought that Tianyan would be able to wake up instantly. After all, the further he went, the more terrifying the difficulty would be. It was impossible for him to wake up instantly like before. It didn't take long for Tianyan to wake up. Although it was a little slower than before, the difference between the two was not that big. In less than half a minute, he would be able to break it. In theory, it was still an instant kill. The group of people was dumbfounded. The result was still the same. At most, they would be a little slower than before. They would not stay for a few days or even a month. Following that, Tianyan continued to rush forward, chasing after the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven was still quite far away. It was roughly more than 30 miles. He had already walked almost half the distance. No one knew how long it took for him to walk more than 30 miles. At least for now, it seemed that catching up with him was not a problem. Junior brother Tianyan, you really caught up with me so quickly. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head. What he said before was all encouraging words. He knew that Tianyan needed to move forward slowly. If he wanted to catch up, it would take a long time. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would close the distance by almost 10 miles. If he continued like this, he would really catch up soon. It had to be known that he had spent a full 2 months to get here. His progress was relatively fast. Who knew that Tianyan would catch up with him by almost 1/3 of the distance in a single breath? It was really a blow to him. The others looked at Tianyan. They didn't know where this freak had come from. How could he be so monstrous? The others from the heavenly spring divine realm were even more shocked. When did they have such a monstrous fellow disciple? The key was that he was a human. He could tell with one glance that he was a human, and he was an existence that could suppress everyone present. Tianyan didn't care about anything. He just kept running. Every time, he would run 2 to 3 miles, then stop to break the barrier. Then, he would continue to chase after him. Every time he broke the barrier, it would take a little longer than the last. However, the time was very short. It was only a few minutes, so it could be said that it was very short. At least to them, it was really short. It should be known that when they walked this path before, even if it was a few hundred meters, it would still take them a few hours. Tianyan only needed a few minutes to cover the distance of 2 to 3 miles. This difference made them want to vomit blood. To be able to enter this place, they were all super geniuses. However, compared to Tianyan, they felt like a pile of **T. They couldn't be compared at all. How long has it been? He has already crossed more than 10 miles. Isn't he too fast? That's right. His speed can be compared to that Lord of Heaven. Let's not talk about that Lord of Heaven. He is really heaven-defying. He seems to be a second or third-grade divine carver, right? It's really enviable. The heavenly cleansing divine realm has such a genius. I wonder how they trained him. They couldn't help but think of another genius who was so heaven-defying. Just like Tianyan, he had broken the barrier in seconds. He was even faster than Tianyan. However, he wasn't here for the time being. Thus, Tianyan's limelight had been stolen. Under everyone's gaze, Tianyan quickly rushed forward and soon caught up to the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven didn't move. He stayed in place and waited for Tianyan to catch up. He wanted to see how long it would take for Tianyan to catch up to him. It took less than a quarter of an hour. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven revealed a bitter smile. This was too fast. Senior apprentice brother Purple Crown, I've caught up. Tianyan arrived at the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven's side and smiled. Hey, junior apprentice brother Tianyan, aren't you too heaven-defying? How did you do it? How did you break such a powerful illusion so easily? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven asked. This is to use mental strength. Once you use it, the illusion will be shattered. Tianyan shrugged his shoulders and said, It's just that I spent more and more time. I've let senior apprentice brother Purple Crown see a joke. Chapter 11:10. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven didn't know what to say. Instead, he felt a little depressed. Why was there such a big gap between humans? Is this our fellow disciple? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven looked Tianyan up and down and said in surprise, A human with such abilities is really amazing. You are the first human I've seen so valiant. I've seen many humans before, but their talents were quite poor. Ahem, you, Lord of Heaven, watch your words. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven knew the situation. If it was his own race being said like this, he would also feel unhappy. Thus, he hurriedly reminded his companion, I'm not wrong. Humans are indeed not generally of low status. Of course, I'm not discriminating against humans. I don't discriminate against any race. What I hate the most are those who are gluttonous and lazy. Their talents are obviously terrible, but they're not willing to work hard. Humans are the most hard-working race I've seen. It's just that their talents are too poor. It's very difficult to make up for it with just hard work. However, I'm still very impressed. It's just that their status is generally low. Their cultivation is too low, so their status can only be so. It's too difficult to change the status quo. You, Lord of Heaven, seem to have opened a chatterbox. He started to speak nonstop, completely ignoring the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven's words. This, junior brother Tianyan, you, Lord of Heaven, is like this. Sometimes he likes to say such things. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven felt very embarrassed. It's fine. What senior brother Yuhua said is the truth. Humans are generally too low in talent. They can only rely on hard work to make up for it. Tianyun looked at the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. What the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven said was not wrong. Moreover, there was no discrimination in you, Hua Lord of Heaven's words. That's what you say, but there are still many bright spots. I've seen 3 human powerhouses before. Their talents are a bit poor. However, they worked together and showed great strength. The human race's ability to learn was still very strong. Of course, the most important thing is that there are many of them. Which divine realm doesn't have humans? Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, seemed to recall the past and smiled. 3 powerful human warriors. Tianyun narrowed his eyes and asked, Senior Martial Brother, Yuhua, what are their names? The 3 of them moving together reminded him of the heaven-creating divine king and the others. Maybe it was them. He had been out for so long, but he had not heard any news about them. It would be difficult to find them in the sea of people. Of course, one of them is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. The other is the Lord of Ancient Ming. And the last one is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. I even befriended them and drank with them. Their abilities are pretty good. Their cultivations are all at the 5th or 6th refinement level. It's really not easy for humans to reach such a level, said Earth Lord Yuhua with a smile. As expected, 2 beams of bright light shot out from Tianyun's eyes as he stared at Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, and said, Senior Martial Brother, Yuhua, where did they go? Or did they say anything? I don't know. They said they wanted to wander around in the 2nd grade divine realms to see who would take them in. You know the situation in the 2nd grade divine realms. It's too difficult to take them in as disciples. If their talent is not up to standard, no one will take them in. Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, shook his head and said, I don't know if they have joined any divine realms. It's not a good thing to be a lone cultivator. How many years ago was this? Tianyun asked hurriedly. Not long ago, probably a few years ago. Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Do you know each other? Yes, they are from the same hometown as me. Tianyun was very grateful for the information from Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven. At least, it proved that the 3 of them were still alive. No wonder they are so hard-working and cultivate with all their might. This is the first time I have seen people cultivate so hard. It feels like they are doing it for some purpose. They are not willing to tell me even when I ask them. Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, shook his head and smiled. But never mind, we met by chance. It's not good for me to interfere with their situation. Tianyun nodded and clenched his fists. What else could they be after cultivating so hard? It must be to make himself stronger quickly, so that he can return to the 3 realms to protect everyone. Little did they know, he had already solved the problem, at least for the time being. Where did they last appear? Tianyun asked. I remember it very clearly. It is in the 3 divine realms. It is a concentration camp for lone cultivators. Most lone cultivators go there. Sometimes other divine realms recruit disciples there. Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, said, Thank you, Senior Brother Yuhua, for the information. Tianyun had already made up his mind. After he left, he would go and find their whereabouts. This was a pleasant surprise. He did not expect to ask about them here. They had contributed so much to the 3 realms. It was good enough that they were safe. Could it be that Junior Brother Tianyun wants to find them? Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, asked. Yes, after this is over, I will go and find them, Tianyun said straightforwardly. Then I wish you good luck. The 3 divine realms are very big. They might not even be there anymore. Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, shook his head and said, However, it is rare to see a human as strong as you. Let me tell you something else. The heavenly spring divine realm is very restless now. Be careful. Thank you, Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, was able to do this because of the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven. Both of them did not discriminate against other races, and they did not discriminate against the weak either. They were able to treat each other calmly. Immediately, Tianyan said goodbye to them and continued to run forward. He won't stay here with them. He will move forward step by step. He is still running. Do you think Junior Brother Tianyan will reach the end of the Celestial Lord path? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven asked. If he can maintain it, it should not be a problem. However, that is, Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, said enviously. Heavenly Lord Yuhua said enviously, I don't know how he cultivates. He is the weakest human, but he can suppress everyone. I am not sure about this. However, it proves that even the weakest race has a chance to make a comeback, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven said with a smile. Yes, we also have to work hard, senior brother. The two of them looked at each other. Determination could be seen in each other's eyes. They were also carrying some kind of responsibility. Everyone had different responsibilities. Many people looked glamorous on the outside, but in reality, they were working very hard. Every cultivator here had a lot of responsibilities on their shoulders. However, everyone's situation was different. Tianyun's responsibility was to protect the three realms. Everything was so simple. Apart from that, everything else was empty. The Celestial Lord Path. Chapter 11:11. Tianyun continued to frantically rush up. He basically rushed forward for 2 to 3 miles. This distance was maintained, and it didn't take long for him to break through the illusion. The difficulty wasn't too high, and he could easily break through it. In one breath, he directly rushed more than 60 miles and reached the foot of the mountain. As long as he climbed to the top of the mountain, he would truly reach the end of the Empyrean path. He was really looking forward to what he could obtain at that time. It was just that in all these years, the number of people who could reach the end of the Empyrean path did not exceed 10. To be precise, only 8 people could reach the end of the Empyrean path. The reason why only 8 people could reach the end of the Empyrean path was simple. On the cliff of the mountain, 8 people's names were engraved. They looked very conspicuous. As long as one could pass the Empyrean path, they could leave their names on the cliff. This was a great honor. No one knew why there was an Empyrean path here, nor did they know how the heaven-pilfering divine land was formed. They only needed to know one thing, and that was that climbing the Empyrean path gave them a chance to become an Empyrean. The 8 names engraved on it did not all become Empyreans, but there were indeed some who did. The rest of the time was not enough. After all, climbing up didn't mean that one would immediately become an Empyrean. It was just another kind of enlightenment. I'm finally at the foot of the mountain. As long as I climb up this mountain, I can comprehend the Empyrean laws. Tianyun shook his head. The difficulty wasn't high, but there was one thing that made him pleasantly surprised. The concentration of star power here was quite high, and it provided him with a lot of experience. Unknowingly, he had already gained a lot of experience. However, if he wanted to break through to the 10th Refinement Earth Lord, he couldn't just rely on experience. He also needed to meet other conditions to truly achieve it. Unless he directly broke through to the Lord of Heaven, then he only needed experience and didn't need to specifically meet other conditions. In theory, this was the first time he had encountered a bottleneck. This bottleneck required other conditions to be met in order to achieve it. Just accumulating experience to level up temporarily wouldn't work, unless he chose to break through to the Lord of Heaven. That would be inferior. What he needed to do was to do his best. The 9th Refinement Earth Lord breaking through to the Lord of Heaven would already be quite astonishing for anyone else. But to him, becoming the #1 earthly monarch throughout the ages was his goal. Fellow disciple, how exactly did you do it? What treasure did you rely on? At this time, a young man on the side looked at Tianyun with disdain. He was sure that Tianyun did not rely on his own abilities, but on external forces. Tianyun frowned. This guy was obviously from the heavenly spring divine realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him a fellow disciple. Tianyun glanced at him and ignored him. He lifted his feet and walked forward, not saying a word to him. Wait, you know who I am? The cultivator blocked in front of Tianyun, not letting him go. Why should I know who you are? Tianyun was extremely disgusted with this kind of person. If they couldn't do it, they assumed that others couldn't either. Yo, you're quite arrogant. I'm your senior brother. You should be a little more respectful when you see your senior brother. You don't understand etiquette. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, was extremely dissatisfied. Senior brother, is there a rule that says that I must be respectful when I see my senior brother and greet him? Tianyun sneered and lifted his leg, wanting to go around him. He couldn't be bothered with him. Don't go. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, said coldly. What treasure did the elder give you? Otherwise, how could you break through the illusion so easily? Take out that treasure and let me have a look. I'm sorry, but don't think that everyone uses some treasure to help them and not rely on their own abilities. Tianyun said coldly. You humans, what other abilities do you have? Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven laughed. How could you come here without relying on a treasure? What a joke. I don't know how you got in here, but you must have had a great encounter, right? Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, what's wrong? A Lord of Heaven walked over and asked. I was teaching a junior brother manners. Who knew that he wouldn't know what's good for him? He's quite arrogant. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, was extremely dissatisfied. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven? How despicable. Tianyun raised his foot and walked forward, directly bypassing Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, ignoring him. Brat, if you have the guts, then try taking another step. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, was about to explode from anger. He was a senior brother, but he couldn't even call out to a junior brother. Tianyun turned a deaf ear to him and continued walking forward. Each step was faster than the one before, and he walked further and further away. Damn it, stop him. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, rushed over and blocked Tianyun's path. He said angrily, I told you to stop, but you dare to disobey me. A good dog doesn't block the way. Tianyun said coldly. You actually called me a dog. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, flew into a rage. Do you believe that I won't throw you out and make you start all over again? Tianyun looked at him coldly and sneered. If you have the guts, then try it. Even if it was an elder, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of respect, let alone a mere senior brother. Whatever the senior brother wanted to do, it had nothing to do with him. You're courting death. Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, roared angrily. Without hesitation, he slapped out with his palm. 6 layers of the Lord of Heaven's strength were used, and the sharp wind from his palm was no longer trying to send Tianyun flying. Instead, it directly sent him flying. Scram! Tianyun executed the flying god art, and his figure kicked out at an even faster speed. His foot landed on Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven's face, and he was sent flying out of the celestial sovereign path. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, rolled dozens of times before he managed to stop. At this time, his mouth was already swollen, and he was vomiting blood nonstop. This was because Tianyun was being lenient. If he really wanted to kill someone, his head would have been smashed by Yi Tianyun's kick. Since he was in the heavenly spring divine realm, he should spare his fellow disciple's life. When the crowd saw this, they were all stunned. This fellow disciple killing each other was really exciting. Fortunately, the good guy wasn't in the illusion, or he would definitely have to start all over again. As long as he wasn't interrupted in the illusion, he wouldn't have to start all over again. But now that he was sent flying, no one knew if the other side would be able to take this lying down. You actually kicked Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, away. If the elder hears about this, you will definitely be severely punished. Another fellow disciple beside him scolded him. What a joke! If I didn't retaliate, I would have been sent flying. Don't tell me I didn't suffer any losses? Yi Tianyun retorted coldly. What a joke! Don't think that you have the elder's support just because you have the treasure given to you by the elder. I won't fight you today, but when I get out, I will definitely help Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven, seek justice for him. The Lord of Heaven didn't fight Yi Tianyun. Instead, he flew off to find Go Jian, the Lord of Heaven. What an idiot! Senior brother Yu Hua just finished speaking, and he immediately encountered such an idiot from the same sect. How impetuous! Chapter 11:12. The Purple-Crowned Lord of Heaven. And the others also saw Yi Tianyun's actions. It hadn't been long since the fight started, but he had already sent their fellow disciples flying. His fiery temper made them all suck in a breath of cold air. Junior brother Tianyun, aren't you a bit too ruthless? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven looked a bit worried. Attacking a fellow disciple was a serious matter. Fighting was prohibited here. However, although it wasn't against the rules, it would be troublesome if the elders found out about it. How could the elders not be angry if they didn't cherish such a good opportunity and fought here? Hee, I just said that these guys were a bit arrogant, but they were immediately taught a lesson. Isn't this a good thing? They are all arrogant and think that others can't do what they can't do. Yu Hua, Lord of Heaven, immediately laughed. He felt that Yi Tianyun had done a good job. That's right, but won't those elders blame us? The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head. He felt that Yi Tianyun was too rash. Blame us? That depends on junior brother Tianyun's level, Yu Hua, Lord of Heaven said with a smile. Rules are dead. The one with the bigger fist is the real truth. If junior brother Tianyun gets closer to the end of the heavenly sovereign path, do you think those elders will blame us? Moreover, the cause of this matter is that those guys are too idiotic. They still want to see some treasure. I don't believe that the heavenly sovereign path has any treasure that can suppress that illusion. Even if it does, why didn't they give it to them? But to junior brother Tianyun, even if you think about it, it's obvious. A bunch of arrogant idiot geniuses. Yu Hua, Lord of Heaven's words were really vicious. Fortunately, they couldn't hear it. Otherwise, they would definitely come to find trouble with him. All right, just say these words in your heart. If those people know about it, it won't be good for us. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head. He felt that it was better not to say some words directly. It was obviously not good to affect him like this. Forget it. I can't be bothered to say anything more. Let's continue forward. I hope that junior brother Tianyun will charge forward and ruthlessly make those high and mighty geniuses suffer a loss. Do they think that they are invincible just because they have a slightly better background and a slightly better bloodline? Yu Hua, the Lord of Heaven, sneered. He felt that everything was so ridiculous. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. He looked at Go Jian, Lord of Heaven, his eyes filled with the same coldness. For some people, there was no need to sympathize too much, and there was no need to befriend them. After sending the Lord of Heaven flying with a kick, Yi Tianyun continued to climb upwards. His speed remained the same as before, but for the sake of caution, he reduced his speed from 2 to 3 kilometers to 1 kilometer. Undoubtedly, it would take a little more time to climb to a higher level, but it was safer this way. Everything had to be done safely and not too rash. As expected, if he stopped every kilometer, he would still fall into a more difficult illusion. Originally, he didn't even need a quarter of an hour, but it became several hours, and it even became almost a day. This time was continuously pushed forward. This seemed to be a lot slower, but in reality, it was much faster than other people. Other people didn't even climb to the bottom of the mountain, and they already needed a few days to move forward. That was why Tianyun needed so much time to reach the top of the mountain. It was really incomparable. There were only a few cultivators at the top, and there were at most 10 or so. Compared to the bottom, there were much fewer. In reality, those who could climb to the top were definitely not few. It was just that they weren't here. For example, the flowing cloud Lord of Heaven wasn't here. When they saw Tianyun catch up and see that he was a human, they suspected that he had some kind of special treasure. Otherwise, how could he have broken through the illusion so quickly? Many people had this kind of thought. If it was any other higher level race, no one would have suspected him at all. It was mainly because he was a human, which was why he was so suspected. Tianyun never cares about what they think. As long as he takes care of himself, that's enough. When he was more than 70 kilometers away, another cold voice came. Just now, you kicked Go Jian out of the Lord of Heaven. What do you mean by that? Tianyun looked up. The one who questioned him was an expert from the 8th level of the Lord of Heaven. He looked extraordinarily handsome, and he was also a genius from the heavenly spring god realm. He seemed to have just come out of the illusion not long ago, but he didn't go down to help with what had happened. He just watched coldly from the side. I didn't mean anything. It was just a normal counterattack. Tianyun looked at him and said indifferently, "Is there a problem?" "There's no problem. You can go back now." The flowing cloud Lord of Heaven waved his hand and said coldly, "Why?" Tianyun's face was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of anger, as if everything had nothing to do with him. "Because I'm your senior brother," the flowing cloud Lord of Heaven said coldly. "In the heavenly spring god realm, a senior brother has the right to order his junior brother. Anyone who disobeys will be sentenced to death." Tianyun laughed on the spot. He looked at the flowing cloud Lord of Heaven and sneered. "You're related to that Go Jian Lord of Heaven again. You're just using your position to avenge him, aren't you? As a senior brother, you have the right to order your junior brother. What a joke. I'm not your subordinate, and I'm not related to you. You think you can use your title as a senior brother to oppress others? To be honest, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen. If I had the right to walk to the end of the heavenly sovereign path, who do you think the elder would punish?" Tianyun almost wanted to hit him. This was the so-called power. If he was in danger, he could just forget about this order. But now, it was a matter of his future. If he let him leave, wouldn't that be equivalent to throwing away his future? "Do you think you have the right to walk up?" the flowing cloud Lord of Heaven mocked. "You relied on a treasure you found somewhere to climb up here. If you really want to go up, do you think you can do it without the ability? My good senior brother, I wonder if your brains have been kicked by a donkey. Do you all think I relied on a treasure to get up here? Even I don't know which eyes of yours saw it." Tianyun didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "Even if it's a treasure I obtained with my own ability. If there's really such a treasure, I'll throw it out for you to pick up. I dare say that you'll be like a dog and immediately rush to pick it up. What do you mean by using your own ability? It's all a bunch of nonsense. If you think you can't complete it, you think others will rely on external forces. What a bunch of idiots. If you look down on us humans, just say it. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. Time is very valuable here. Understand? Chapter 11:13. The Zongyun Lord of Heaven was instantly enraged. He looked at Tianyun and said furiously, "Very well, what a sharp tongue. So what if I don't like you? The one with the bigger fist is the hard and fast rule. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't know why I'm the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." He walked down angrily and wanted to fight with Tianyun. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and prepared for the strongest explosion. Even if it was the powerful Lord of Heaven, he was still confident that he could smash him with one punch. Especially when the other party was careless, it would be very easy to kill him in an instant. Who would have thought that an earthly lord would have the power to surpass most of the Lord of Heaven? Due to carelessness, everything was already over. Oh no, that Zongyun Lord of Heaven is infuriated. When the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven saw this, his face instantly darkened. The difference between Tianyun and the Zongyun Lord of Heaven was so huge. If they really fought, Tianyun would definitely be in danger. It was really unwise to make a move here. The cultivators from the other god territories all revealed gloating gazes. They didn't expect that there would be internal strife here. It was fine if it was an internal strife outside. At least it wouldn't consume the jade pendant. In this place, it could be said that time was money. Every second was equivalent to money. They didn't cultivate properly and were prepared to fight instead. It was really hilarious. They were very happy to see such a situation. Anyway, they weren't the ones who would suffer losses. They could watch the program and cultivate at the side. Why not? These fools. It's really as if they will die if they don't play high and mighty. Yuhua, Lord of Heaven, shook his head and said in a clear voice, "Senior Brother Zongyun, please calm down. It's not a good thing to cause trouble here. Wait until we get out, then we'll plan. How about that?" They couldn't fly over, so they could only shout from below. Yuhua, the Lord of Heaven, wanted to persuade them to wait until they got out of here before looking for the elders to resolve the issue. This was nothing more than a delaying tactic. It was not to let the Lord of Heaven choose a good place to take revenge. If they really went out, how could the elders fight with them? The Lord of Heaven looked at them coldly, completely ignoring the advice of the Lord of Heaven. "I want to settle it here. What do you think?" He turned his head and looked coldly at Tianyun. He didn't care what the situation was. Even if he was surrounded by enemies, he had to get rid of Tianyun first. He had to protect his own dignity in case someone else chose to rebel against him like Tianyun. Just as the Lord of Heaven was about to make a move, a figure floated past from the side and said indifferently, "Oh, bullying a junior here. Is this the style of the Lord of Heaven? Zongyun, previously, you were still hooting at me, saying that you wanted to fight with me. Now that I look at it, your magnanimity is really contemptible." A snow-white figure floated down from the sky. The beautiful figure that landed caused Tianyun to stare. The person that appeared in front of him wasn't a stranger. It was the divine Emperor Yuqin from before. After not seeing her for a short period of time, she had already broken through to the 9th refinement Earth Monarch realm. From the looks of it, she should be preparing to break through to the Lord of Heaven realm. However, in his previous life, he was the divine Emperor Yuqin. The data of the appraisal eye had been refreshed. He didn't expect that the divine Emperor Yuqin would appear here. It made him feel very shocked. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to see her again. who knew that she would appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking. Lord of Heaven, flowing clouds, you are here. Zhongyan, Lord of Heaven, narrowed his eyes and looked at the divine Emperor Yuqin. His eyes were filled with a scorching gaze. Lord of Heaven, flowing clouds, Yi Tianyan almost swallowed his tongue. This person was actually the Lord of Heaven, flowing clouds. The crucial point was that she didn't even break through to the Lord of Heaven realm. How could she be called the Lord of Heaven? However, if you were to sense it carefully, it was really similar to the aura of the Lord of Heaven realm. The main reason was that as her cultivation increased, her soul was awakening more and more. Therefore, the aura that she emitted was naturally similar to the Lord of Heaven realm. This way, people would misunderstand her as the Lord of Heaven realm. This wasn't a problem. Yi Tianyan's appraisal eyes could see anything. Naturally, it couldn't be hidden from him. However, she had another identity. It seemed like she had joined another god realm and was able to successfully enter this place. It seemed like this wasn't her first time here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to fly up so quickly. The divine Emperor Yuqin slowly landed at a distance of 80 miles away. She was higher than the Lord of Heaven realm. She was the Lord of Heaven realm who was rumored to have the highest chance of reaching the top. Now that she had returned, she attracted the attention of many people. Does the Lord of Heaven realm want to reach the top this time? It's possible. This time, she might be able to reach the top. Even if she can't reach the top, it would be amazing if she could get close to the top. If she could reach the top, she would be the 9th name. I also want to carve my name on it. They all shook their heads and felt extremely envious. It would be great if they had the same ability. Lord of Heaven Lu Yun, become my woman. At this moment, the Lord of Heaven Zhong Yun looked at her and said in a deep voice. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone to exclaim endlessly. Who would have thought that at this time the Lord of Heaven would actually speak such words? However, no one was jealous of Lu Yun, the Lord of Heaven, because she was a woman. It was impossible to be jealous of a woman. One day, she could also become another Lord of Heaven's woman, or his own woman. Therefore, there was no need to be jealous of them. All he had to do was conquer them. Now, the Lord of Heaven wanted to conquer her. He wanted to conquer her in front of so many people. This was really overbearing. Yi Tianyan looked at the divine Emperor Yuqin, trying to figure out something from her expression. However, all he saw was calmness. He was not interested in it at all. Become your woman? The divine Emperor Yuqin glanced at Yi Tianyan and said indifferently, if you want to become my man, you have to win against him first. As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Tianyan. In an instant, everyone's gazes gathered on him, making him the center of attention. Yi Tianyan was instantly stunned. It seemed that the divine Emperor Yuqin wanted to use him as a shield so that he could stop these idiots, win against him. The Lord of Heaven Zhong Yun sneered and said, "This guy, does he even need to win? That's right, I don't need to win. You have already won." Yi Tianyan looked at the divine Emperor Yuqin and said, "He has already won against me. According to the rules, he can become your man, right?" Yi Tianyan's reply made them all dumbfounded. Why did he admit defeat in the blink of an eye? The Lord of Heaven Zhong Yun was stunned. Then he laughed and said, "What a good junior brother. You are really flexible. Very good. I am starting to admire you a little." The divine Emperor Yuqin clenched his fists. His heart was about to explode. He didn't expect that Yi Tianyan would not play according to the rules and actually admit defeat. He had no dignity at all. Chapter 11:14. Don't you have any intention of protecting your own dignity? The divine Emperor Yuqin gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Tianyun with a bit of resentment. This was a man who had won against her, and yet he admitted defeat so easily. This made her very unhappy. No, I just don't want to be a shield. Yi Tianyun shrugged. This isn't a shield. I just want them to compare. If you can't even win against me, you want to become my Taoist companion? The divine Emperor Yu Qin shook her head. Even if she really did win against Yi Tianyun, she would not become his Taoist companion. How could the cultivators here compare to her ambition? She only said this to give them a standard. If they couldn't even reach this standard, they would be dreaming if they wanted to marry her. If that's the case, you won't be able to marry in this lifetime. Yi Tianyun shrugged. No one can win against me, including you. After saying this, he grinned. His calm voice was filled with boundless arrogance. After listening to Yi Tianyun's explanation, everyone was furious and began to curse Yi Tianyun. Didn't he just have a little bit of skill? How could he be so arrogant? Yi Tianyun's words were undoubtedly saying that he wasn't targeting anyone, but that everyone here was trash. If they really used him as a standard, then the divine Emperor Yu Qin would be single for life. How could such arrogant words not anger everyone? Originally, the Lord of Heaven had changed his opinion of him, but now he was furious. How arrogant! This is the Lord of Heaven Cloud. I know. The divine Emperor Yu Qin was not angry at all. He covered his mouth and chuckled. He was very happy. She liked this. Yi Tianyun's previous behavior made her very unhappy. When everyone saw the two of them talking, they immediately knew that the two of them must know each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't talk so intimately and set such a standard. Seeing the two of them flirting with each other, the Lord of Heaven said angrily, "It's fine as long as you beat him? No problem, let's duel now." The Lord of Heaven's own, Yun, rushed in front of Yi Tianyun in a few steps, looked at him coldly, and said, let's duel over there." The Lord of Heaven seemed to have gone mad. He wanted to fight with Yi Tianyun and crush him with one punch so that he could win the heart of the beauty. More importantly, he wanted to make up for his humiliation. He didn't expect that the woman he fancied would have such a good relationship with his junior brother. Hold on, do you think I'm talking about this kind of duel? The divine Emperor Yu Qin looked at him and sneered. I'm talking about the celestial venerable Tao, not a martial arts competition. Before I leave, let's see which one of you has a better result. I can stay here for 2 months. Let's see which one of you can beat him in the end. The divine Emperor Yu Qin was definitely not referring to a martial arts competition. With such a huge difference in cultivation levels, there was no meaning to it at all. Moreover, this was the celestial venerable Tao. It was a competition to see who could go further. So it's a competition of the celestial venerable Tao. This is even simpler. The Lord of Heaven's own, Yun, retracted his gaze and turned his gaze to the front again. It was better to use this to determine the outcome. In any case, he was also going to climb up, so let's see who could go further. I'm not interested, but I'm going to climb the celestial venerable Tao anyway. You guys can do whatever you want, but don't drag me down. Yi Tianyun couldn't be bothered with them. Are you planning to back down? The Lord of Heaven's own, Yun, stared at him with burning eyes. Back down. Yi Tianyun sneered and said, I've never backed down. I just want to say that you guys can do whatever you want. If you can surpass me, then come at me. After saying that, Yi Tianyun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He raised his foot and walked forward, bypassing the Lord of Heaven's own Yun. Brat, I want to see how long the treasure in your hand can last you. Even until his death, he still believed that Yi Tianyun had used a treasure to climb up, not his own strength. This made Yi Tianyun a little angry. This guy was an idiot. It was useless no matter how many times he said it. Then Eteonion directly climbed up. At the same time, he transmitted his voice. Why are you here? You even changed your identity and joined another divine realm. You know how to find resources to cultivate, but don't I know? The divine emperor Yuqin transmitted his voice. The celestial venerable Tao is a good place. In my previous life, I almost reached the top, and now I'm challenging it again. If I can reach the top, my success rate of breaking through to the celestial venerable Tao will greatly increase. Is the celestial venerable Tao that amazing? Eteonion asked in confusion. Of course. Don't think that only the 5 divine realms control this place. In fact, there are often 3rd-grade divine realms coming here to ask for a spot. 2nd-grade divine realms can't stop them, so they can only obediently give up. The divine Emperor Yuqin said indifferently, legend has it that this stolen heaven holy land is a treasure that was lost by an invincible expert. 3rd-grade divine realms have been coveting it, but they can't take it away. They can only send people here. Even 3rd-grade divine realms can't take it away? Eteonion was shocked. It seemed that this stolen heaven, holy land, was not simple. 3rd-grade divine realms are not invincible unless stronger existences come. However, stronger existences probably won't care about this stolen heaven, holy land. They have more amazing treasures. The divine Emperor Yuqin laughed at himself. He felt that everything was so insignificant. Eteonion nodded. He knew that there was always someone stronger. To them, this was a land of treasure, but to some peerless experts, it could only be trash. Climb to the peak of the celestial realm. Eteonion felt that he had gained some motivation. He wanted to see what the truth was. Then he continued to accelerate forward until he reached the place where Heaven Monarch Zongyun was at. The Lord of Heaven also increased his speed, but he didn't dare to rush too far. He would only walk a few hundred meters each time before stopping to break the illusion. Eteonion was very violent. He still sprinted 1 mile each time. He was much faster than the Lord of Heaven. Similarly, the divine Emperor Yuqin wasn't slow either. Like Eteonion, he also sprinted 1 mile. She almost reached the end in her previous life. Now, with the support of her soul from her previous life, her speed was naturally not slower than Eteonion. In fact, she was even faster. Looking at this chase, the people behind could only watch from afar. They couldn't catch up at all. Only the geniuses in front could participate in this chase. However, some cultivators weren't interested. They all took it slow. Some participated in this chase. They didn't confess like the Lord of Heaven, but they wanted to win against Eteonion before confessing. Doing things first and then expressing them later was undoubtedly the best choice. It was more low-key and reliable. Eteonion didn't care about them. He used himself as the standard and continued to rush forward. He fell into the illusion again and again. He felt that he had passed through one world after another, becoming different existences and comprehending the various forms of life. Chapter 11:15. When Eteonion walked this Empyrean Tao, it was not simply clearing it and be done with it, but carefully comprehending the emotions within. Since this kind of test was given, there must be its own reason. Otherwise, why would it appear here? The path to becoming an Empyrean was very bumpy and difficult. To succeed, the price needed to pay was extremely high. There were many ways to break through to Empyrean. As for which method to choose to break through, that depended on the individual. The Empyrean Tao here, Eteonion believed that it was definitely an Empyrean who carved his breakthrough method here, so that future generations could carefully comprehend it. This Empyrean powerhouse was considered an extremely conscientious existence. It was just that what the true meaning was, that was not very clear. I reckon that after climbing this Empyrean Tao, I'll be able to know the thoughts of this Empyrean powerhouse. Tianyan smiled and continued to climb forward rapidly, maintaining the same speed all along. He started catching up to the others bit by bit, and was even very close to catching up to Zhongyan, Lord of Heaven. Zhongyan, Lord of Heaven, was extremely anxious in his heart. If this carried on, he would definitely be caught up by Tianyan. At that time, he would lose face to the extreme. Previously, he was still hooting at Tianyan, saying that he could easily shake him off. Who knew that now he was pulled closer and closer, starting to be caught up. This kid is so strange. Just what kind of treasure is it to be able to clear it so quickly? Could it be that he really relied on his own ability to come up? Impossible. It's impossible for the human race to be that powerful. The human race has always been relatively low level. Talent is so low, how can he possibly rely on himself to come up? Zhongyan, Lord of Heaven, would never believe that Tianyan could have this ability. The human race had always been so low level. How could he possibly turn things around? It was impossible for a salted fish to turn around. It would only get smellier the more it turned. Amidst his disbelief, Tianyan was already gradually closing in on him, rapidly closing from the originally not short distance. In the end, when the distance between the two people was less than 100 meters, Zhongyan, Lord of Heaven, was utterly flustered. Just how long had it been, and Tianyan already caught up? This speed was very astonishing. Just what kind of treasure did you use? This is clearly cheating. Zhongyan, Lord of Heaven, shouted. Cheating? Tianyan's tone was filled with disdain. Only this guy could think of such a thing. That's right, you cheated. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? You're cheating. In order to cover up his own shortcomings, the Lord of Heaven could only retort like this. What a joke. Even if he's using treasures, that's his own ability. If you have a treasure, it's also your ability. You feel like you've lost, so you're looking for excuses? I look down on this kind of man the most. He's a sore loser. The key is that it's not the end yet. It's meaningless to admit defeat now. The divine emperor, Yu Qin, shook his head at the front. He felt that Zhongyan, the Lord of Heaven, was really funny. He looked at him with more and more disdain. Even if they had a good impression of him before, it would all disappear. Needless to say, he didn't have a good impression of him in the first place, and now he hated him even more. Is there such a thing as cheating these days? As long as it was on him, no matter how he used it, it wouldn't be considered cheating. There's never too much deception in war. What fairness? If he really had this treasure, he would have used it without saying anything. It was simply disgusting. The Lord of Heaven's face turned green and white. He didn't expect to be ridiculed by the woman he was pursuing. It made him feel like he had eaten a fly. I'm just saying, it's still unknown who will win. The Lord of Heaven clenched his teeth and started to rush forward crazily. He was much further away than before. Tianyan took a glance at the back and shook his head. This idiot was purely seeking death. They were sprinting within their own estimation and not acting recklessly. The Lord of Heaven was acting recklessly. He was completely enraged by the divine emperor, Yu Qin. Actually, you don't have to speak up for me, Tianyan said to the divine emperor, Yu Qin. I'm not speaking up for you. I just feel that he's disgusting. He is already cultivated to the level of the Lord of Heaven, yet he still says such childish words. Even I can't stand it anymore. The divine emperor, Yu Qin, was speaking the truth. She was very unhappy with the Lord of Heaven. There was no other reason. All right. Tianyan shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that the Lord of Heaven wasn't qualified to be his opponent. The only person who could be his opponent was the divine emperor, Yu Qin. Of course, there weren't any opponents here. Anyway, reaching the top depended on one's own ability. There was no limit to the number of spots, and there was no such thing as first place. Immediately after, Eteonyon continued to rush forward. Although the other cultivators didn't say anything, they still rushed forward silently. However, no matter how fast they rushed, they couldn't be as fast as Eteonyon. Not only did they fail to catch up to Eteonyon, but they were also left behind by him. I can't see through you anymore. You don't seem to be a reincarnation. How can you break through the illusion so quickly? This was what the divine Emperor Yuqin was most puzzled about. Forget it. After all, she had the soul of a previous life. What did Eteonyon have? The soul of a previous life? She couldn't sense it. As for what treasure he used, she couldn't tell either. I don't know. I broke through the illusion so easily. Eteonyon shrugged his shoulders. His walking speed started to slow down. He started to feel that the illusion here was a little strenuous. He had to slow down. Broke through it so easily? The divine Emperor Yuqin rolled her eyes. She knew that Eteonyon wouldn't tell the truth. Of course, Eteonyon wasn't telling the truth. The reason why he could break through the illusion so quickly was naturally because he had the support of various titles. In addition, he had his own abilities and his own experiences. All of these combined together allowed him to break through the illusion so quickly. As for what treasures he used, he didn't have any. He completely relied on his own strength to rush up, after which they didn't talk much. Eteonyon continued to climb. There wasn't much time left. The further he went, the more time he needed. He was even more than the divine Emperor Yuqin. The gap between the two of them was starting to show. The divine Emperor Yuqin had lived many more years than Eteonyon. He had even lived an extra life. In addition, he had passed through this place once and almost reached the peak. He would definitely be more stable and faster than Eteonyon. Eteonyon didn't compete with her. After all, he didn't intend to compete with her. This wasn't a battle to ascend to the heavens. So, what if she was faster than him? He wouldn't get any rewards anyway. Following the two of them, they advanced triumphantly and left the others far behind. Even the third person was miles ahead of them. They weren't on the same level. As time passed, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. The purple crown Lord of Heaven, and the others looked at the two of them in a daze. Junior brother Tianyan is amazing. He isn't inferior to the flowing cloud Lord of Heaven. Chapter 11:16. No one knew if the Lord of Heaven would be able to wake up from the illusion quickly. He would be done for if he exceeded the time limit. Eteonyon would be too lazy to save him. As for whether the others would help, he did not know. In any case, the purple-crowned Lord of Heaven and the others could not help. Even if they wanted to help, they would have to get closer. They were so far away that it was impossible for them to save him. Eteonyon could not be bothered with these things. He kept walking forward, and the distance between them gradually shortened. He looked up and saw that there were still 3 miles in front of him. He would successfully reach the top of the Celestial Lord path. This was not too difficult for him. It was the same for the divine Emperor Yuqin. The two of them were only a few hundred meters apart. This is where I'm stuck. The test is too difficult. It's completely different from the previous ones. Of course, everyone's situation is different. I hope you can pass this hurdle. The divine Emperor Yuqin took a step forward and stepped into a special area. His surroundings were shrouded in a special light. At this time, Eteonyon was surprised to find that the area he entered was an absolutely safe area. The jade pendant on his body was no longer being consumed. It was as if he had entered a safe place. There's such a situation? Tianyan thought for a while and rushed forward. He thought he could rush past the place where the divine emperor, Yu Qin, was. When he stood side by side, his entire consciousness was instantly sucked in. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist before he was sucked in. It was completely different from before. If he had forced himself to hold on, he could have walked a longer distance. Now he could not. It was as if he was stuck at this point. When he stepped on it, he was immediately sucked in and forced into the illusion. The people below were shocked when they saw this. They did not expect that the jade pendant would not be consumed when he walked up. This meant that he could stay there forever without worrying about the consumption of the jade pendant. This made them very envious. As long as he did not consume the jade pendant, he could stay there and cultivate. It did not matter even if he was stuck. As long as he could stay there, his body would absorb the astral power on its own and slowly become stronger. However, the key was that they were so close to the finish line. For them, every step was so difficult. How could it be so easy for them? He easily reached the end of the heavenly sovereign path. If he continued walking for a few more miles, he would reach it. Reaching the end, one would be able to comprehend something left behind by an Empyrean. Just thinking about it made one envious. They were all wondering why they didn't climb to the other side themselves. Little did they know how much energy Tianyan needed to climb to that place. He had experienced too many illusions. Although it seemed like he had broken them very quickly, in reality, he had been in the illusions for over 1,000 years. It could be said to be 1,000 years in one glance. At the same time, Tianyan felt that he had entered a strange space. What is this space? Tianyan looked around and realized that he had actually arrived at a withered forest. The surrounding plants had all withered, and many spiritual herbs had also withered. This made Tianyan's heart ache. These elixirs were quite precious. Although it was just an illusion, why did it feel so real? He felt like he had truly entered a real space. It was not like before, where he had turned into a farmer or a soldier to participate in some things. He had truly been sucked into a strange space. The difference was that his soul had entered, not his body. Could this be an independent space of the heavenly pilfering sacred land? Tianyan guessed. In any case, this was definitely not an ordinary illusion. It was very different from the previous trials. After walking for a while, Tianyan wanted to fly up and observe his surroundings. However, he discovered that he couldn't fly at all. His flight was completely sealed, which surprised him. He immediately understood. It was normal for such a phenomenon to occur. After all, this was a different space, so it was normal for there to be restrictions. However, this way, he wouldn't be able to see the entire area. As he was thinking about how to leave this place, he suddenly heard a deep voice. It has been a long time since a suitable person has come here. I don't know how many years it has been. The voice was deep and hoarse, as if it was 100-year-old man speaking. While he was puzzled, the withered plants in front of him suddenly regained their vitality and restored their original appearance. However, the restored area was only a small part. It was just a path that led him forward, as if it was guiding him forward. Tianyan didn't doubt it. Even if he was careful, it was useless. This space belonged to this person, according to this situation. As long as the other party didn't let him go, it would be difficult for him to leave this place. Since it was difficult to escape, he might as well go and see what was going on. He followed this restored path. As soon as his feet stepped on the grass, Tianyan immediately felt a comfortable life force surging, making him feel comfortable all over. Compared to before, the difference was like heaven and earth. This gave him a feeling that this was a real space. It was just that his soul had been moved here. As he went deeper, there were more and more spirit herbs in front of him. The life force also became denser and denser. It was no longer that strange energy. Finally, after walking for a while, he saw an old man sitting at a table in front of him, pouring tea and drinking by himself. The table and chair he was sitting on were all grown from tree vines. It just happened to be a table and chair. After Tianyan walked in, the old man turned his head, looked at him, and said, "I didn't expect that the suitable person this time would be so young." The old man looked at him. Tianyan also looked at the old man. Rather than saying that the person in front of him was an old man, it would be better to say that he had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Other than his white hair, his complexion was no different from a young man. This really surprised him. What surprised him was not the appearance, but the strange energy that this person emitted, forming a strange aura around him. Artifact spirit? Tianyan looked at him up and down. To be able to discover his situation, it was definitely not simple. However, the old man in front of him didn't feel like a person. Instead, he felt like a mass of energy. In a top-grade treasure, there must be an artifact spirit. In other words, it was a soul derived from the treasure. To obtain this treasure, one must tame this artifact spirit. Only then would one be able to possess it. If one didn't have enough strength, forcefully subduing it would instead cause a backlash. This was the same as the artifact spirits in the three realms. His current reincarnation grade weapon, on the other hand, didn't have an artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were nurtured. It wasn't something that could casually appear just because the grade was high. That would be too common. Truly powerful treasures had artifact spirits. Chapter 11:17. This was the space of a treasure. Tianyan immediately deduced. The appraisal I also gave an accurate judgment and displayed the information of the old man before it. Decay, able to forcefully revive all withered spirit herbs. At the same time, it can forcefully increase the effects of spirit herbs, greatly enhancing them. The true name of the old man in front of him was Decay Transformation, which meant to turn the rotten into the miraculous. This ability was truly formidable, to be able to revive withered spiritual herbs and the like. This kind of ability was basically impossible to achieve. Only by relying on these treasures could it be possible to achieve such a magical effect. His eyes lit up when he heard that it could strengthen the effects of elixirs. The old man smiled, faintly. You guessed right. This old man is the artifact spirit of this space. You can call this old man Decay. Compared to the others, you know a lot more. Decaying Space, what a straightforward name. Tianyan looked at him and asked, "Then what is the meaning of this?" "I was moved down from the path of the Celestial Lord. And now you want to test me? From the looks of it, this doesn't seem like an illusion. It's different from before." "That's right. I want to test you." This was indeed not an illusion, but a real internal space. Actually, it's just a space within me. It's a test that Master specifically set up for me. As long as you meet the requirements, you can come down and take the test. Whether it is in terms of physique or talent, you have already fulfilled the requirements. Therefore, you are qualified to be my master, especially in terms of physique. You seem to have a very strong life force, which is very compatible with my attributes. After listening to this explanation, Tianyan was stunned and looked at the accessories on his body. "Are you saying that not everyone will come down to take the test you give them?" Tianyan asked. "That's for sure. Different cultivators have different tests. Your body is filled with an extremely strong life force, which is suitable for this test," the old man explained. Tianyan was silent. He had not taken off his longevity suit. When he was in the Celestial Sovereign Path, he switched to the longevity set. That way, he could strengthen his soul. On the surface, it seemed like it could only heal injuries, but in reality, it could also heal the soul. Thus, in order to break the illusion, he had to switch it up. Who knew that after changing, it would become such a test, causing him to have a strange expression. What kind of test would he face if he were to put on the ancient desolate suit? Etienne's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he said calmly, "Compared to that, I'm more interested in knowing what kind of ability you can provide me." Decay didn't say anything. Instead, he lightly waved his hand, and a withered spirit herb in the distance floated into his hand. Etienne judged from the withered spirit herb that it should be a third-level spirit herb. This is a god realm level third-level spirit herb, not a mortal realm level spirit herb. Shortly after, a ball of green light appeared on Rotting's hand, and a surge of life force surged out, pouring into the withered spiritual herb. In a blink of an eye, this withered spirit medicine actually already recovered to its original state. Not only did the third-grade spirit herb's spiritual energy not weaken, it actually became slightly stronger. This old man's ability is decay. It could restore any withered spirit herb back to its original state. If it's a normal spirit herb, it can raise its grade. Decay's gaze turned green, looking very strange. However, the wood attribute spiritual energy that gushed out of his body was very shocking. Etienne's eyes lit up. Although the appraisal I already informed him, he was still very shocked. After all, this was his first time seeing it. He would definitely be shocked to be able to restore a withered spiritual herb back to its original state. This was definitely a heaven-defying existence. In reality, no matter how strong a wood attribute ability was, it was difficult to restore a withered spiritual herb back to its original state. Some special spiritual herbs had already begun to wither when they were plucked. Even if they were placed in a jade box, it wouldn't slow down the speed of their withering. Therefore, some of them had to be made immediately after being plucked. There couldn't be any delay. Otherwise, if it was delayed for a while, the effects would be greatly reduced, and the effects would be too low. This kind of ability was definitely powerful. Most importantly, it could raise its grade. This was also very attractive. This ability isn't bad. However, to obtain this kind of ability, I don't think it's an easy task, right? Etienne narrowed his eyes. There was no free lunch in this world. If he could get it just like that, he would be underestimating these weapon spirits. Which of these weapon spirits wasn't a sly old fox? They already had their own sentience. How could he give them away for free? Especially since this was a test from a heavenly venerate, the difficulty would definitely be high. One had to know that even the divine Emperor Yu Qin was stuck at this stage. This proved how difficult it was. Although the test she would go through would definitely be different from his, the difficulty wouldn't be too different. Decay retracted his energy. At the same time, he threw the spiritual herb in his hand to the side. Then he sat down and took a sip of tea. At the same time, he gestured for Etienne to sit down. Etienne wasn't in a hurry. He followed suit and sat down. The teacup beside him seemed to be prepared for him. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he took a sip. It was sweet and fragrant. This was a rare good tea. This is good tea. I wonder if the process will be like this tea, bitter at first, and then sweet. Etienne shook the teacup and looked at Decay. Decay squinted. That will depend on one's own ability. If one's ability isn't enough, it will always be bitter. Then, Immortal stood up. After taking a few steps, he said, "Over the years, there have been many suitable candidates. However, those who can truly own me can be counted on one hand. It's been too long since the last suitable candidate. To own this decay space, one must be strong enough to truly control it. If you can't obtain its approval, then don't even think about becoming my master." Decay turned around and looked at Etienne. Etienne said calmly, "I don't know what kind of topic you gave me, but what about the previous suitable candidates? Can you tell me how they are now? Decay looked at Etianyan and smiled. Those who can become the master of the decay space can be counted on one hand. However, the number of suitable candidates who came in is not small. Those who come in only have two choices. The first choice is to become the master of the decay space. The second choice is to be completely eliminated. Decay's voice didn't contain any coldness or animosity. It sounded very calm. Completely eliminated? Etianyan asked curiously. That's right, completely eliminated. This test only has one chance. The next time you come, you won't be able to try it here. You can only try another space. Decay smiled faintly. Chapter 11:18. Does that mean your masters have already passed away? Etianyan asked. If their masters hadn't passed away, why would they leave these treasures here? Every single one of them was so valuable, especially the entire heaven-pilfering divine ground. They were all-powerful treasures that even a grade 3 God realm expert would covet. We don't even know whether our masters have passed away or not. Our goal is to become the test servants. It's that simple. The old man said solemnly. The artifact spirits would obey all their previous masters' orders. As for why they did so, they didn't need to know. They only needed to know what to do next. Etianyan frowned as he pondered. This heavenly venerable's way of doing things was really unconventional. He couldn't figure it out. This was equivalent to giving away treasures. He wouldn't give them away for free, right? Could it be that your master is choosing a successor? Etianyan asked. Sorry, I can't tell you. The old man remained tight-lipped. If you want to know, you only need to pass my test. If you can't pass, you can choose to leave. Then let's cut the nonsense and get straight to the topic. Etianyan didn't ask any more questions. In any case, the other party wouldn't answer, so there was no need to pursue the matter. Although he didn't know what the mysterious heavenly venerable was thinking since he had given them away, there must be a reason. In his opinion, it was very likely that the heavenly venerable was choosing a successor, or doing something for him. Otherwise, there was no way he would give something away for free, unless it was an extremely generous existence. The problem was, he had never seen such a generous existence before. At the very least, the heavenly venerable would accept someone as his successor. Only then would it be more believable. The old man's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This topic isn't that difficult. You just need to cook something that I like. Wait. Etianyan raised his hand, signaling the old man to stop. Instead, he asked doubtfully, You're saying that the test is cooking? Yes, what's the problem? Although you're in soul form, you can still move the things here. Hence, you only need to cook one dish to pass the test. The old man said, What the hell? I'm saying, why is there a cooking test? Wasn't it a battle or some sort of test? Instead, you want me to cook? Etianyan's head was about to explode. He was not allowed to do anything, but he was actually asked to cook. She had been cultivating all this while absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. She didn't need to eat, but now she was cooking with him. It would be better to let him fight or carve a few hundred divine seals or something. Xiao Chen knew a little about these things, but to tell him how to cook, this was really a scam. That's right. My test is to cook. If you don't understand, you can leave now. Have a safe trip. I won't be sending you off. The decaying old man stretched out his hand and gestured for Etianyan to leave. Did you come up with this cooking topic yourself, or did your master suggest it? Etianyan braced himself and asked, I thought of this myself. What's the problem? The dishes were cooked by my master before, and I just want to eat the dishes that my master cooked before. He stood up with a nostalgic look on his face. I really want to eat that dish again. I don't know how long it's been since I've eaten it. Etianyan looked at him and said helplessly, "All right then, what spirit medicine was used to make that dish?" As an artifact spirit, he could move around outside and was no different from a real person. He could eat to increase his spiritual power. An artifact spirit was equivalent to half a living person, so eating wasn't a problem. It had to be said that this heavenly venerate was really different. He seemed to treat them like family. Otherwise, why would he cook for them? The decaying old man shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. How would I know what spirit medicine was in it? I only remember the texture. It looked like molasses, but it was sweet and sour. It had a different taste." He was immersed in his memories, as if he had a special fondness for this dish. But when he said it out loud, it made people confused. It was too general. Rather than a dish, it was more like a dessert. However, there were also many dishes that had the same taste. There was too little information on all of this. Rather than saying that the difficulty wasn't simple, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The description was so simple and not too detailed. There were thousands of spirit medicines. Who knew what was used? Making a dish that he liked was very straightforward, but also very vague. But these words, Etianyan could feel that they were true. This decaying requirement was that simple. There was nothing mixed in. But the simpler something was, the harder it was to make. There's so little information. Do the other tests have the same requirements as yours? Etianyan said helplessly. Not really. It varies from person to person, the decaying old man said. Etianyan thought for a while. It was indeed about the same. Outside, there were 8 people who successfully reached the end. This meant that the 8 people in front definitely passed the test. I don't know what spirit medicine was used or how to make it. There's too little information. Etianyan felt very helpless. There was so little information. No wonder no one became his master. If it was simple, why would I need your help? The decaying old man rolled his eyes. Etianyan sighed deeply and said, "Is there any limit to the number of times?" "There isn't. Feel free to try. You can take the spirit medicine around, and I will help you restore it to its original state," the decaying old man said. Hearing that there was no limit, Etianyan heaved a sigh of relief. If there were only a few chances, the difficulty would be too high. With so little information, how could it be easy? No wonder all those who came before failed. You gave too little information. It's basically useless. Etianyan shook his head. The decaying old man said, "This is my test. How the other artifact spirits test is their business. As for me, this is the test." He was so inflexible. Other than eating dishes, he did not use anything else as a test. This kind of thing was so troublesome, but Etianyan still felt that it was better to fight it out. After all, there were so many spirit medicines and spirit fruits. There were probably hundreds and thousands of types. Even if it was just one material, there would be thousands of choices. If it was 2 materials, then it would be like beating someone up. The combination would increase instantly. It could be said that there were many types at once. Unless one of the materials was fixed, the combination of 1,000 materials would not be as simple as 1,000. It would be a terrifying number. "Pa!" Etianyan slammed the cup in his hand on the table and said in a low voice, "No problem. This master must be me." Chapter 11:19. The decaying old man looked at Etianyan. He didn't know where Etianyan got his confidence from, but he wasn't surprised. It's good to be confident, but you can't be too full of yourself. Basically, all the people who came here said the same thing. In the end, they couldn't find the dish I wanted to eat, and some people even tried to attack me. The decaying old man coldly snorted. Anyone who tried to attack me would be severely punished. I hope you won't do such a thing. If you want to become my master, you'll have to show me some skill." The decaying old man didn't say what those people thought. He was definitely very strict. If they felt that they couldn't pass, they would try to see if they could control it. As long as they could suppress the artifact spirit, they could indeed forcefully become the master. But the difficulty was higher, and it varied from person to person. Tianyun felt that those people were all idiots. This was an Empyrean's treasure. How could it be so easily controlled? Unless it was a weaker artifact spirit, such a powerful existence couldn't be easily controlled. "I'm not being arrogant. I just feel that I have the ability." Tianyun sat down to the side and began to think. He wanted to see if there was anything that matched this taste. A sweet and sour taste. Tianyun closed his eyes in thought. The undying old man sat to the side, slowly drinking his tea. He didn't say anything. In any case, he had enough time. He didn't need to worry about time. "Is it that kind of thing?" Tianyun opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Then he quickly stood up and began to search for spirit herbs nearby. He easily picked out 2 kinds of spirit herbs without spending any time at all. The decaying old man saw that he had only found 2 spirit herbs nearby and had already brought them to the table. He was startled. "Just 2 spirit herbs?" "That's right, just 2 spirit herbs. Spirit herbs don't taste good just because you have more. And now, I only need these 2 spirit herbs to answer your question. That's more than enough." Tianyun only brought 2 kinds of spirit medicine. No more and no less, just 2 kinds of spirit medicine. The decaying old man looked at the 2 spirit herbs and said, "There shouldn't only be 2 kinds of spirit herbs, but it's fine. Since we failed, let's keep looking." Tianyun ignored him. He simply threw the 2 spirit herbs into the air and began to refine them with his flames. It was similar to alchemy, just not as crude. Under Tianyun's meticulous refinement, the liquid refined from the 2 spirit herbs gradually became thicker and more solid. At the same time, a sweet and sour smell wafted out from the air, completely cooking the essence of the 2 elixirs. The sweet and sour taste produced a kind of aroma that made people reminisce about it. Smelling this fragrance, the decaying old man couldn't help but shout, Too similar. It's really too similar to this fragrance. This is impossible." What he didn't believe was that these 2 ordinary spirit herbs could actually cook the fragrance that he was familiar with. After so many years, he could finally smell this fragrance. Tianyun didn't answer. After a while, he poured the half-liquid, half-solid thick substance into the plate. In the process, when the thick liquid slid down, it pulled out long, thin threads looking crystal clear. Then Tianyun immediately used the netherworld flame. The cold air cooled the thick substance quickly, but it looked soft, like syrup spreading around the plate. "It's done. You can taste it. This should be the taste you want." Tianyun smiled. The decaying old man couldn't wait to take the chopsticks. When he put them into the plate, the thing immediately stuck to the chopsticks. Under his pull, it pulled out long threads. When he put it in his mouth, the sweet and sour taste filled his taste buds. The soft and syrup-like sweet taste danced on the tip of his tongue. "No, it's still missing a little." The decaying old man shook his head, but his eyes shone with a strange light. "Is that so? Just a little bit more. Let's try this material." Tianyun quickly switched to another spirit fruit. In fact, these were not high-grade spirit fruits. The basic taste was sweet and sour, a little similar to hawthorn. When the corresponding taste was locked on, the range would be greatly reduced. Therefore, he didn't need too many materials to find the corresponding taste. Although he didn't succeed on the first try, he immediately hit a similar taste. This undoubtedly proved that his choice was right. Soon he was done. From the appearance, it could be said that it was almost identical. The decaying old man couldn't wait to try it, but then he shook his head and said, "It's not this one. It's still missing a little. Then let's change to this." Itianyan tried again and again. He had roughly a dozen similar tastes on hand, so he only needed to try a dozen times to be able to see the effect. Finally, when he was done and fed it to the decaying old man, his body stiffened. It's this texture. It's this taste. I haven't tasted it for so many years. It's really been so many years." The old man's eyes reddened in an instant, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and slid down his cheeks. It wasn't that this dish was delicious, but that it made him remember all sorts of things in the past. "It seems that you like Master very much and treat him like a father, right? In order to preserve this memory, you have to imitate him, be it in terms of appearance or voice." Itianyan picked up the cup of tea and sighed. "Even this tea, I have to learn to taste it and get used to it. But at your current age, you won't be able to get used to it. If you don't like him, then you don't like him. Why force yourself?" He reached out to touch the decaying old man's head and sighed. "You should also let it go. Memories are beautiful, but you only need to remember them in your heart. There's no need to show them. The reason why your master made this sweet and sour candy was to make you happy." The decaying old man stared blankly at Itianyan, tears falling continuously. His small mouth was open, but he couldn't say a single word. Itianyan reached out and gently pulled the white eyebrows, white beard, and white hair off the decaying old man's face. These could all be easily removed and replaced with light green eyebrows, green hair, and a face that looked like a teenage girl. The artifact spirit of this treasure had the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old little girl and was still a bit childish. Those white eyebrows were all for decoration. This was the true appearance of the decaying old man. The previous master was able to make this snack because the artifact spirit was just a child. What she liked was not the bitter taste of tea nor the extremely rich taste of meat, but the sweet and sour taste, which was what children liked the most. "Father!" The decaying old man threw himself into Itianyan's arms. The black robe draped over his body fell off, and what replaced it was a long green dress full of youthfulness. Chapter 11:20. Hua Su threw himself into Itianyan's arms and cried, which made Itianyan feel emotional. He knew that this artifact spirit had lived for a long time, at least a few thousand years, maybe even 10,000 years, but her temperament was no different from that of a child. What she liked was that taste, and even more so, that memory. Her feelings for her first master were the deepest. After all, it was her first master who created Decay's space that gave birth to an artifact spirit. After Itianyan came in, he had already determined from all aspects that this Decay was pretending to be an old man. After all, she was too short, and her skin was too soft. Whether it was her lips or her eyes, they were not something an old man should have. He believed that the suitable candidates who had come in before should have noticed this. However, in this space, as long as she didn't want anyone to touch her, no one could touch her. In this space, she was a god. Judging from Hua Xiu's real situation, the dish that Hua Xiu was talking about easily made him think of this. Because of this, she made this snack sweet and sour candied haws, which children loved to eat. Artifact spirits who had just gained sentience also loved to eat these things. As long as he put it together, it wasn't hard to figure out what the answer was. And it just so happened that the ingredients he wanted were here. A person who loved to remember would definitely preserve the changes in her surroundings. The rattan table and chairs, as well as the surrounding vegetation, were all carefully preserved. He believed that Decay really didn't know what it was made of. An artifact spirit was an artifact spirit after all. "You're not my father." Suddenly, Decay jumped out of Yi Tianyun's arms and stared at Yi Tianyun with red eyes. Yi Tianyun spread his hands and said helplessly, "Of course I'm not your father. I'm your second master." He wasn't Decay's father in the first place. It was just that Decay had felt something just now and directly pounced on him to vent. Decay said unhappily, "I still haven't admitted that you're my new master." She reached out to wipe away the tears in her eyes. Her mood seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "You said that you only needed to make a dish that satisfied you. Could it be that you are not satisfied with this dish? If you're not satisfied, I can make more flavors for you to eat, but the taste will be different from the original." Huang was silent for a moment. He spun around on the spot and suddenly smiled. "Then tell me, why can you tell what I like to eat?" Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "From their age, we can tell that the younger the child, the more they like this kind of taste. Even if I can't determine it for the time being, I'll be able to find it after trying a few more times. As long as I'm careful, it's not difficult to find it." He pouted and said unhappily, "I've already lived for tens of thousands of years, and you actually say I'm a child. In front of me, you are just a child," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "Fine, you old monster." Huang didn't linger on this question. He smiled again and said, "There are so many suitable people, and they can't make it. You can make it when you just came in. They looked for a long time, but they couldn't find a suitable one. You were just by the side, and you found it. Do you think they are fools?" If the previous trial takers knew about this, they would definitely be so angry that they would come back to life. Who would have thought that the relatively ordinary spirit herbs and spirit fruits around were the key points of the question? It was true that the simpler something was, the more complicated it seemed, the more difficult it became. This was all a problem of mentality. They all thought that Huang would give a very difficult question, and the dishes she said were all very difficult and delicious. Who would have thought that it was just a snack that ordinary children often ate? It was just that Huang didn't describe it clearly. He didn't know what it was, so he couldn't guess it no matter how hard he thought. "I'm not a fool. It's just that your description is unclear. If you had said it clearly, I would have made it long ago." Yi Tianyun smiled. If he knew the ingredients, any cultivator could make it. Although he wasn't a chef, if he had good control, he could still make it. His eyes, which were like rotten emeralds, turned around and smiled. "All right, you pass. You're quite capable. You've already made dishes that I'm satisfied with. You have the right to be my master." Yi Tianyun finally heaved a sigh of relief. Whether he could pass the test and complete one of the tests of the path of the celestial lord depended on her golden mouth. Now that she said there was no problem, it meant that she had finally passed. Then a beam of light enveloped him, which meant that the spirit had begun to recognize him as its master. In just a moment, Huang easily recognized him as its master. Originally, it wasn't difficult to recognize him as its master. It only needed a few seconds. The difficult part was whether the spirit was willing to recognize him as its master. Master. After Huang finished recognizing him as its master, her attitude became much more respectful. "Huang, this name sounds weird. Don't you have another name?" Yi Tianyun asked. "I don't." Huang shook her head. "You're a girl. The name Huang doesn't suit you at all. Why don't I give you another name?" Yi Tianyun said, Okay. I also think that this name is too cliché. I wonder what name Master will give me." Huang's eyes brightened. She also thought that this name was a bit unpleasant. "Then I'll call you Chui. What do you think?" Yi Tianyun thought of a simple name. Chui. Sounds okay. Chui thought about it seriously. Then She clapped her hands and smiled. Then I'll call you Chui Chui. It sounds good. It sounds much better than Hua Huang. Now that I've become your master, can you tell me why Elder did this? Tianyan asked. Chui Chui thought about it and said, This is very simple. You just have to walk to the end and complete the final test. Then, you'll know what Father is thinking. He left something on the top, but we don't know what it is. Only after you pass it will you know what it is. You don't know. Tianyan shook his head. Your previous master really wasn't responsible enough. He didn't tell you anything and just let you recognize a suitable master. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Especially if you don't pass it in the end. Wouldn't he still be able to take you away? We don't know about that. It's all Father's orders. We can only follow them. Chui Chui shook her head. She didn't know what he meant at all. All right then. I'll know what's going on when I go there myself. Tianyan could only go there himself to find out what was going on. Chapter 11:21. With Tsuetsue's help, he quickly returned to the surface. When he returned to his body, he felt that everything was perfect. There was a special jade bracelet on his hand. Without a doubt, this was Tsuetsue's real body. This treasure was called the Rotting Jade Bracelet. It was a very simple name. It was a mid-grade Heavenly Tao treasure, but its grade was actually quite average. Although it was a Heavenly Path treasure, it would be beneath a Heavenly Venerate to use a mid-grade Heavenly Path treasure. However, these treasures all had artifact spirits, so their significance was different. Artifact spirits could be slowly nurtured. Once they were strong enough, there was a certain chance that they could advance. To put it bluntly, Tsuetsue could become a high-grade Heavenly Path treasure. However, it would take a long time to nurture it before it could advance. Overall, it was still very precious. A mid-grade Heavenly Path treasure with an artifact spirit was better than a high-grade Heavenly Path treasure without an artifact spirit. This meant that once it was upgraded to a high-grade Heavenly Path treasure, its effect would far surpass that of a high-grade Heavenly Path treasure without an artifact spirit. Of course, to him, the most valuable thing was the effect. The effect was very good. It could upgrade a spirit herb's grade or restore a withered spirit herb. This effect was undoubtedly the most valuable. Still haven't passed. Tianyan looked up and saw that the divine Emperor Yuqin was still in the middle of the test. This time, he was a little faster than the divine Emperor Yuqin. He could only say that he had just guessed it. If it were anyone else, they would have failed. Then, he walked toward the finish line. He wanted to know what it meant to be a heavenly master. Many things could not be built casually. They must have their own meaning. What was the situation in the heavenly pilfering sacred land? As long as he finished this path, everything would become clear. As he walked, the cultivators behind him exclaimed. They did not expect that Tianyan had passed the test and was walking toward the finish line. He's faster than the Lord of Heaven. He's even faster than the Lord of Heaven. That's too fast. I feel like it's only been a few days, and he's already passed the second to last stage. That means he already has a chance to reach the finish line. Heavens, a human ascending to the top. This is something that has never happened before. They were all stunned. Initially, they thought that Tianyan would fall behind the divine Emperor Yuqin. But now, it seemed like he was even faster than the divine Emperor Yuqin. Junior brother Tianyan is really amazing. He broke it so quickly. Look at the Lord of Heaven in the clouds. He hasn't woken up yet. He brought this upon himself. The Lord of Heaven's poisonous tongue came out again. He couldn't help but mock the Lord of Heaven in the clouds. That's his own business. It seems like our heavenly spring divine realm is about to change. The purple-crowned Lord of Heaven shook his head and said, although he wasn't the first to reach the top, a human reaching the end alone would definitely cause a huge uproar. The reason why Elder Go Huang sent Tianyan over was purely for him to cultivate. It would be enough if he could break through to the ninth refinement Earth Monarch realm. Now, he had achieved it, and could even reach the end of the heavenly venerate path. This was definitely beyond his expectations. It was something he had never thought of. How was it possible to complete the heavenly venerate path in a few months? But Tianyan often turned the impossible into the absolutely possible. Moreover, he still had a lot of time. The 2 jade pendants that he had plundered could allow him to stay for a while longer. He walked forward bit by bit. This time, his speed wasn't fast. It wasn't that he didn't want to go fast, but he felt that the further he went, the more shocking the pressure became. He felt the pressure of a heavenly venerate, which was starting to pressure him, making it slightly more difficult for him to move forward. Every step he took felt like he was walking on top of a mountain. It was more like he was being slapped down by someone. The pressure of a heavenly venerate is really shocking. I guess this is only a small part of it. Tianyan felt the pressure, and suddenly felt that the power of a heavenly venerate was really strong. This world was really powerful. He thought he could stand at the peak, but who knew that there was an even higher peak waiting for him to climb? I didn't expect you to be faster than me. The voice of the divine emperor Yu Qin came from behind. Tianyan turned his head and saw that the divine emperor Yu Qin was holding a jade bracelet in his hand. It seemed that this heavenly venerate liked to make accessories. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making bracelets. I'm just a little faster than you. Tianyan shrugged. The divine emperor Yu Qin was extremely displeased. A little faster? This is my second time here, and it was the same test. I didn't expect you to be faster than me. She felt that it was incredible. She thought that she was already fast enough. She didn't expect that Tianyan was even faster than her. My luck was good. I chose a relatively easy stage, so I easily passed. Tianyan shrugged, too lazy to explain to her. How could it be easy? I'm very suspicious now. Are you the reincarnation of some powerful being? Although I can't feel your aura, it's still very possible. The divine emperor Yu Qin felt that Tianyan must be the reincarnation of some powerful being. Otherwise, how could he pass so easily? If you say so, then so be it. Tianyan simply admitted it and walked forward. You bastard! The divine emperor Yu Qin gritted her teeth and chased after them. Her speed was not fast. Just like Tianyan, she was also under the pressure of this heavenly venerate. Seeing that the two of them continued to climb, everyone looked at them with envy. It seemed that 2 of them would soon reach the top. They, on the other hand, still had a long way to go before they could reach the foot of the mountain. The 2 of them walked up step by step. This time, they were not affected by any illusions. They were simply feeling the pressure of this heavenly venerate. Tianyan didn't know what it meant. All he knew was that the higher he climbed, the more experience he would gain. If he continued like this, he would be able to satisfy the experience needed to level up. Although the conditions to break through to the 10th refinement Earth Lord were not enough, to him, he had to satisfy the conditions in terms of experience first. After the experience was satisfied, the rest would be easier. The last part of the road was not far. It was only half a kilometer away. They walked up step by step with great difficulty. It took a long time before they could take a step forward. Originally, they spent very little time at the front, but now they spent more time here. Sometimes it would take a few days to walk 100 meters. It far exceeded the time they spent before. But as time passed, Tianyan felt that under this pressure, his body began to be contaminated with a special kind of energy. It seeped into his body and strengthened his physique. This is the power of a heavenly venerate. Chapter 11:22. The power of a heavenly venerate. It was the power of a heavenly venerate. It was actually being transmitted into their bodies. This feeling reminded him of the God-killing pagoda from a long time ago. It was using their energy to enter and then possess a body. However, Tianyun felt that the two were not the same. The surging power of a heavenly venerate was not the kind of evil energy, but a kind of good energy. It was for them to comprehend this energy. If they did not comprehend it, the final result would be dissipating. After all, this heavenly venerate power did not belong to them. At their current stage, they could not store it in their bodies forever. They could only feel it now. At most, it would strengthen their physique slightly. The other effects were not great. This is Father's aura. It is so familiar. Tsuetsue's voice sounded in his mind. As an artifact spirit, she could naturally communicate with him. Yes, I guess your father wants us to feel this heavenly venerate power and comprehend something from it. Tianyun closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He carefully comprehended this heavenly venerate power. Beside him, the divine Emperor Yuqin also carefully comprehended. Just like him, she closed her eyes to comprehend. As a divine lord, she naturally knew how precious this energy was. If she comprehended it properly, she would be able to have a breakthrough in her comprehension. Previously, she was stuck at this divine lord level. If she comprehended it carefully, she might be able to have a breakthrough. She came here to break through. Not every heavenly venerate was as generous as this heavenly venerate, allowing others to comprehend their energy. Very quickly, Tianyun discovered that he could not continue forward. He was stuck at the bottom. It was like there was an invisible wall in front of him, blocking him and not letting him go forward. This is a restriction. Tianyun sized up the invisible wall. He reached out and patted it. It felt so hard that he could not take half a step forward. Sir God Yuqin, who was walking over, also felt the invisible wall, which made her feel very strange. Why is there a restriction? Tianyun was very puzzled. The end was clearly in front, less than 100 meters away. But now there was a restriction blocking here. Master, you haven't comprehended Daddy's energy. You won't be able to pass. Chui's voice rang out. Tianyun stared in shock. Only now did he realize what this meant. If he wanted to pass through this place, he would need to gain enlightenment of the power of an Empyrean. Only then would he be able to pass through the restrictive spells. Comprehending the power of an Empyrean was like grasping a key. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through here. If you want to pass through this place, you'll need to comprehend this power. Only then will you be able to successfully pass through. So, comprehend it well, reminded the divine Emperor Yuqin. Tianyun turned his head. The divine Emperor Yuqin was kind enough to remind him several times. Although he already knew, he had to admit that it was good to be able to remind the other party. Thank you for the reminder. Tianyun thanked him. I've already reminded you. Why don't you repay me and tell me about your situation? The divine Emperor Yuqin was still chasing after Tianyun. He wanted to know how Tianyun had passed through so easily. Tianyun's head was about to explode from the questions. The divine Emperor Yuqin was really persistent. He kept asking again and again. Didn't I say that I was lucky and knew how to pass through the test? Otherwise, I would have been stuck there. Tianyun stretched out his hand and patted the jade bangle in his hand. Chui, tell her if it's like this. Chui transformed into a mini body and landed on Tianyun's shoulder. She looked at the divine Emperor Yuqin and pursed her lips. That's right. He encountered it by accident, and then solved it. The divine Emperor Yuqin looked at the item spirit on Yi Tianyun's shoulder and said with dissatisfaction, I thought you didn't have an item spirit. So it turns out that you do have an item spirit. I can't believe I reminded you. She had already believed most of it. Item spirits wouldn't lie. The treasure of a celestial master is definitely not simple. Isn't it normal to have an item spirit? Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes at her. Now, you finally believe me, right? You solved it by accident. I really don't know what to say about you. The divine Emperor Yuqin patted his head. He had spent 2 lives to solve this riddle. Yi Tianyun solved it by accident. It had to be said that luck played a big part in it. If you don't know how to say it, then don't say it. Now, be obedient and solve it. You will need to use your jade pendant here. Yi Tianyun said he would need to continue using his jade pendant here just like before. Unless he entered a special test, he would still need to use his jade pendant. My jade pendant can last for 5 months. You don't have to worry. The divine Emperor Yuqin said, I just don't know if you can endure it. If you can't, just go down and kill a few cultivators and snatch your jade pendant. Yi Tianyun sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was really simple and crude. His suggestion was accurate, but it was a little too deceptive. If he really did that, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the heavenly spring god realm. The divine Emperor Yuqin wasn't afraid. He was a grade 3 god realm cultivator. A grade 2 god realm cultivator's pursuit was nothing to him. Forget it. I should have enough. Yi Tianyun didn't say much to her. He directly sat down to comprehend the Heavenly Venerate's power. He peeled off the Heavenly Venerate's power bit by bit and began to read the corresponding information. The divine Emperor Yuqin also sat down to comprehend. Comprehending the Heavenly Venerate's power wasn't difficult for them. They just needed a little more time, and they would be able to comprehend it. While Yi Tianyun was comprehending, he was immediately immersed in the Heavenly Venerate's power. Days passed, and many people's time was up. They could only choose to leave. They could only come again after accumulating enough contribution points. Thus, they left reluctantly. If they didn't leave, only death awaited them. Fortunately, the Lord of Heaven had woken up. However, the jade pendant situation had reached its peak. When he saw Yi Tianyun and the divine Emperor Yuqin sitting at the peak, his face turned ugly. He didn't expect that when he woke up, Yi Tianyun had already left him far behind. It would take him a long time to catch up. You little brat, just you wait. The Lord of Heaven glared at Yi Tianyun before turning and flying away. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Yi Tianyun slowly opened his eyes. A golden light shot out from his eyes, as if it could see through everything. I finally comprehended it. Yi Tianyun stood up and took a step forward. He easily passed through the restriction and stepped into the final region. Chapter 11:23. Yi Tianyun was faster than the divine Emperor Yuqin by a notch. He had already been faster than him once before. No one expected that he would continue to be in the lead this time, causing everyone to be shocked. No one expected that he would surpass the divine Emperor Yuqin time and time again. They originally thought that when the divine Emperor Yuqin came, he would be able to ruthlessly suppress this human's arrogance. But now it seems that they were too naive. Yi Tianyun was still able to be one step ahead of them, moving forward at an even faster speed. The reason why he could be so fast was naturally because of the appraisal. But the data was simply too huge, and analyzing it was extremely taxing. This caused him to spend a full month before he was able to analyze the Heavenly Venerable's power. After thoroughly analyzing it, he began to be able to mobilize the Heavenly Venerable's power here. Although it was minuscule, it already gave him the qualifications to control the Heavenly Venerable's power. He did not know why he was doing this, but being able to control the Heavenly Venerable's power in advance was indeed equivalent to taking a small step towards the Heavenly Venerable level. At least he had the qualifications to control it. As for the Divine Emperor, Yuqin, he was still bitterly comprehending it. It was not that her comprehension was too weak, but Yi Tianyun's appraisal, I was too strong. It was simply like cheating. If Yi Tianyun were to upgrade the appraisal, it would definitely be able to greatly strengthen it. After all, the current appraisal I had already evolved to the point where it could analyze all kinds of medicinal pills, all kinds of martial arts existences. It could be easily and thoroughly analyzed. This was equivalent to those geniuses just exchanging a few moves with their opponents. They could secretly learn their opponents' moves. Yi Tianyun's talent was slightly worse than theirs. If he were to continue to upgrade it, he would be even stronger than them. Of course, looking at it from an overall perspective, the appraisal I would definitely crush some geniuses. Master, you're too amazing. You comprehended Daddy's power so quickly. Cui saw that Yi Tianyun passed it so quickly, she was shocked. She knew how amazing the previous master was to be able to comprehend it so quickly. It was absolutely unprecedented. Is it very amazing? No one comprehended it so quickly in the past. Yi Tianyun asked. No, it would take at least a few years. You are much faster than them. Cui sighed. A few years. Yi Tianyun shook his head. If it was a few years, he would have to come here a few more times. However, now that they had reached this step, the God's domain they were in would definitely give them more opportunities to comprehend it. Without waiting for the Divine Emperor Yuqin, he lifted his foot and walked towards the finish line. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he easily entered the final stage. Just as he was about to reach the highest peak, he disappeared from where he was and was teleported away just like that. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a special space. There was a unique courtyard in front of him that looked very exquisite and beautiful. Trial taker, come on in. A voice rang out from the courtyard. Its father's voice. Cui suddenly rushed out and rushed into the courtyard without listening to Yi Tianyun's orders. Actually, she definitely had to listen to Yi Tianyun's orders. It was just that she had her own consciousness, so she could do some things. If Yi Tianyun called for her to come back, she would definitely come back. After he entered, he saw an old man sitting in the pavilion, leisurely drinking tea, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Yi Tianyun sized him up. This appearance was similar to the old man that Cui had impersonated, but this old man looked more profound. Those eyes were like black holes that could suck him in. Vast Heavenly Sovereign, the divine consciousness of Vast Heavenly Sovereign is not a physical body, but has the power of a divine Lord. It belongs to the master of this space and can control all life here. The appraisal I displayed the other party's information. Vast Heavenly Sovereign is indeed a Heavenly Sovereign, but only a trace of his divine consciousness is here. This was not unexpected. The true body of a Heavenly Sovereign would not appear here. Yi Tianyun asked politely, "May I know your name, Senior?" To be able to create this thieving heaven's sacred land, the expert must be a peerless expert of a generation. He knew the other party's name, but he still had to ask politely. Waiting for the other party to say his name was impossible. Just call me Vast Heavenly Sovereign. Vast Heavenly Sovereign reached out and caressed Cui's small head. He smiled and said, "You were able to pass Cui's test, which proves that your ability is extraordinary. What are you still standing there for? Come and sit down. Suetsue stayed by vast Empyrean's side, pouring tea for him. After Tianyun sat down, the table and chairs looked very ordinary, but when he sat down, he immediately felt very relaxed. He felt like he really wanted to sit here forever, not wanting to leave. Senior, I don't know what your intentions are. For us to walk this heavenly sovereign path, I don't think it's as simple as giving us benefits, right? Tianyun smiled faintly and said, Moreover, this thieving heaven's sacred land is not a simple place. If you want to enter, you need these jade pendants to enter. I wonder what is the true purpose of building this place. He asked all of his questions. He wanted to know just what Empyrean vast expanse wanted to do. Vast heavenly sovereign looked at him with a smile and said, It's very simple. It's to recruit disciples. Other than that, there's no other meaning. He answered very straightforwardly, without hiding anything. Recruit disciples? But you didn't announce it to the public? Tianyun was not surprised. After going through so much trouble to do so many things, it was basically to recruit disciples. He gave treasures and gave such a difficult environment, it was definitely to recruit disciples. The problem was that the people of the outside world did not know at all. They all thought that this was an excellent place to cultivate. There's no need to announce anything. I have always waited for fated people. Vast heavenly sovereign smiled and said, Those who can climb to the peak are fated people. Senior, didn't 8 cultivators outside successfully pass? Isn't that enough? The 8 names engraved on the outside were all cultivators who had successfully reached the peak. Did an Empyrean need to recruit so many disciples? No, they aren't real disciples, just in-name disciples. If you want to become my disciple, you have to break through to the Empyrean level before you can become my disciple. Vast heavenly sovereign said with a smile. Become an Empyrean, Tianyun was speechless. Vast heavenly sovereign was an Empyrean himself. Why did one have to be an Empyrean to become a disciple? Wasn't this a huge loss? Becoming an Empyrean, one should have the qualifications to be on equal footing. Do you think that I am an Empyrean and my disciple is an Empyrean? What else can I teach? Vast heavenly sovereign seemed to see through Tianyun's thoughts and said with a smile, Even Empyreans are divided into 3 major realms. Breaking through to Empyrean is merely the beginning. Wanting to reach my level is still far away. Chapter 11:24. Heavenly venerate vast expanses. Words were still a little provocative. Heavenly venerate was also divided into 3 major realms. Wasn't heavenly venerate, just like the other realms, divided into 10 levels? Tianyun didn't go and ask too much, but this standard to become a disciple was really terrifying enough. He was only an Earth Lord now, and it would take a long time before he could break through to heavenly venerate. After all, the experience required was so much, especially now that there was a condition restriction. It was even harder to break through. Unless he broke through to the Lord of Heaven now, but if he really did that, then there wouldn't be any value. Young man, don't be discouraged. You're still young now, and your cultivation has already broken through to the 9 refinements, Earth Lord level. It can be said that your future is limitless. No wonder you can comprehend the power of a heavenly venerate so quickly, with such decent talent. It's not surprising that you can comprehend it. But I've seen many 9 refinements, Earth Lords, but very few can comprehend it so quickly. Some geniuses, when comprehending some powers, will have unique talent. You might be that kind. It wasn't strange for heavenly venerate vast expanse to see through Tianyun's cultivation at a glance, but his judgment was somewhat wrong. Tianyun, being able to comprehend so smoothly, was all thanks to the appraisal. Many thanks for Senior Vast Expanse's praise. Tianyan thought for a while before asking. Oh, right, Senior Vast Expanse. There's something I wonder if I can ask. What don't you understand? Feel free to ask. Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse said, although it's just divine, will the memories left here before are still there? Divine. Will was ultimately divine. Will. It wouldn't update any memory information, and at the same time, it wouldn't communicate with the main body. I wonder if there's a saying about 10 refinements, Earth Lord? Tianyan asked. 10 refinements, Earth Lord? Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse was startled, then immediately shook his head and said resolutely, completely never heard of it. At most, it's a 9 refinements Earth Lord cultivation. How can there be a 10 refinements Earth Lord? Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse said very firmly. Tianyan didn't ask any more. He just wanted to ask these seniors if they had heard of it before. It seemed that their thoughts were already fixed and could not be changed. Well then, I don't know, Senior Vast Han. Why did you let me come in? Is it because you want to talk about the recruitment of disciples? Tianyan said, as he brought the topic back to the main point. Of course, that's not all. If you want to completely possess my treasures and become my in-name disciple, you'll have to pass the final test. The vast Empyrean squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, looks like there are more guests coming. It's been a long time since 2 people came in at the same time. I've never seen 2 people come in at the same time. A figure appeared in front of him. It was the divine Emperor Yuqin. It seemed that the divine Emperor Yuqin had managed to comprehend it. His speed was only slightly slower than his. When the divine Emperor Yuqin came in and saw Tianyan, he was shocked. I thought you left. I didn't expect you to come in. You're a level faster than me again. Divine Monarch Yuqin's beautiful eyes were full of resentment. Tianyan was like a demon in her heart, constantly surpassing her, and she couldn't surpass him. She was about to go crazy. She was the reincarnation of an expert, but she was always suppressed. This made her want to vomit blood. She even suspected that the world had changed. How could there be so many geniuses? Luckily, there was only Tianyan. Otherwise, she would really go crazy. Cough, cough. Just a little faster. When Tianyan heard her resentful voice, he felt a little awkward. For some reason, she might have thought that he was in debt. Daddy! At this moment, a little boy rushed out from her bracelet and pounced into the arms of the vast Empyrean. Just like Tsue, he was extremely attached to the vast Empyrean. Good boy, good boy. The vast Empyrean chuckled and patted the little boy's head. When the divine Emperor Yuqin saw the vast Empyrean, she greeted respectfully, Junior Yuqin greets Senior. She knew the big picture. Seeing that the senior was here, she didn't say much. What a girl! She is actually a reincarnated God Lord. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the chances of reincarnating with memories. You successfully reincarnated as a God Lord, but you barely survived. The vast Empyrean saw through the divine Emperor Yuqin's situation. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to reincarnate. This was going against the heavens. A God Lord was already strong enough, but to reincarnate with such terrifying power, wasn't that going against the heavens? Therefore, many people died here. Yet the divine Emperor Yuqin succeeded. One could only say that his luck was shocking. Just like what the vast Empyrean said, the chances of survival were slim, but he still succeeded. I did pay a price to be able to reincarnate. There were more external forces. The divine Emperor Yuqin said, no matter what it was, to be able to reincarnate successfully, your ability is really impressive. The vast Empyrean looked at the 2 of them and said, It is fate that the two of you came here together. Letting the two of you understand the power of a heavenly Lord is actually a kind of foundation. Even if you can't become my nominal disciple, it will at least be of some help to you in the future. Etianya nodded. Even if they successfully made it here, they might not become his nominal disciple. The requirements of a heavenly Lord were not limited to the way of the heavenly Lord. To be able to walk the way of the heavenly Lord, it means that your temperament isn't bad. However, the final test is still a test of temperament. The vast Empyrean said, I am a person who places a lot of emphasis on temperament. In other words, the Taoist heart. If the Taoist heart is not stable, talent is useless. Therefore, the way of the heavenly Lord does not restrict cultivation. It is not that the higher the cultivation, the easier it is to walk. Only those with a stable Taoist heart can successfully reach it. Yi Tianyin and the divine Emperor Yu Qin's Taoist hearts were very stable. They were not impetuous or exaggerated. Naturally, every step was very stable. They did not expect that the final test would still be a test of temperament. They thought that the way of the heavenly Lord was long enough, but they still came here in the end. As long as the two of you pass the final test, you will be qualified to become my nominal disciple. When you break through to the heavenly Lord, you will be able to contact me. At that time, I will bring you back to the sect. The vast Empyrean smiled, faintly. Of course, this is an extremely long matter for the two of you. There are thousands of worlds, and I have set up so many thieving divine lands. So far, the number of people who can become my disciples is less than a handful. Senior Vast, are you saying that there is more than one thieving divine lands? Etianyan quickly caught on to the words. That's right, there is more than one thieving divine lands. They are distributed in different areas. The vast Empyrean smiled and said, the thieving divine lands can be considered a good treasure that I have refined. It can absorb all the energy in the surroundings and fuse it together. However, if the body cannot resist the suction force, it will be swallowed. If you can resist the suction force, you can move freely here. Chapter 11:25. From vast Empyrean's words, it could be seen that he had set up many places, but in the past 10 million years, the number of people who could become his disciples could be counted on one hand. It seemed like the difficulty was astonishing. How easy was it to become an Empyrean? If it was so easy to break through, the streets would have been filled with Empyreans. I created so many heaven-pilfering sacred lands in order to create an excellent trial environment. At the same time, it was to nurture these children. He reached out and rubbed Tsuetsue and the others' little heads, his eyes filled with kindness. However, there are very few cultivators who can resist this place. This is related to your abilities. It won't be easy to resist this suction force. When you can resist it one day, this place will become a holy land for you to cultivate. Vast Empyrean smiled. This cultivation environment is enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the Lord of Heaven level. Of course, I don't recommend staying here to cultivate. It's better to focus on actual combat. Without further ado, are the two of you ready to undergo the final test of the Tao heart? Vast Empyrean asked. He didn't explain too much, and it was more or less enough. Heaven-pilfering sacred lands were used to recruit disciples and nurture these treasures. With so many treasures placed here, if they weren't nurtured, these artifact spirits wouldn't be able to grow. Ready? They nodded. Since there was nothing to prepare now, they could just start. If you're ready, then we can begin now. Vast Empyrean stretched out a finger and lightly tapped their heads. At the same time, he said slowly, I don't know the content of your test, but this is a test of the Tao heart that touches the deepest part of your heart. If you pass, you can become my in-name disciple. If you fail, then it can only be said that there's no fate. Vast Empyrean's meaning was clear. There was only one chance. If they failed, then it could only be said that there was no fate, and there wouldn't be a second chance to try. Senior Vast, what is success? Eteonian asked. Success is to wake up. If you fail, then let me help you wake up. Vast Empyrean explained. You only have 1 month. If you exceed 1 month, it will be considered a failure. Thus, you should wake up as soon as possible and not remain immersed in it. Understood. Soon after, they felt a ray of light pierce through their bodies. Then they felt as if they had fallen into a vortex. Everything felt so illusory. Swish, swish, swish. A handsome youth was brandishing a spear in his hand. The snowflakes falling from the sky were constantly pierced by his spear. Following that, they turned into more snowflakes that fell down. His body was sturdy, and no matter if it was his talent or his vitality, they were all extremely rich and surging. He was definitely one of the best among his peers. Young master, you're cultivating again. At this time, Xiaolian came in from outside. When she saw Yi Tianyun's solid muscles, her pretty face blushed slightly, and she was a little shy. That's right, I've just finished my training. Yi Tianyun sheathed his spear and circulated his spirit energy to evaporate the sweat on his body, returning everything to its original state. There are people from other sects outside, saying they want to duel with you. You want to challenge me? No problem, I'll go out now. Yi Tianyun followed Xiaolian out. There was already a sea of people outside. Many female disciples of Jade Palace looked at him with admiration and even more fanaticism. Tianyun, you're here. Shi Shuiyan came over. She was as cold as ever, but more than that, she was beautiful. Aunt, I'm here. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, leave them to me. It's easy. Just like before, I'll beat these troublemakers. Aunt believes in you. Shi Shuiyan smiled slightly. Boy, this time we brought people to challenge you. If we lose this time, this Earth-level martial art belongs to you. If you lose, you have to hand over the Earth-level martial art and the martial art that you lost before. At this time, the elders of other sects stood up and looked at Yi Tianyun angrily. Obviously, this is not the first time he lost. No problem. The premise is that you can really beat me. Yi Tianyun clenched his long spear and flew to the arena. His cold eyes swept across the arena, making everyone tremble. Many people didn't dare to look him in the eye. Don't be arrogant. Let me fight you. At this time, someone flew up from under the stage. His cultivation is not weaker than Yi Tianyun. He clenched a giant axe. The sharp blade of the axe is enough to cut everything. As soon as he stepped on the stage, this person didn't wait for Yi Tianyun to reply. He already swept his axe towards him, trying to cut him in half. The overbearing momentum made the people under the stage couldn't help but step back a few steps, not daring to get too close to this arena. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He held the long spear in his hand, and it turned into a cold light that pierced forward, and then heavily hit the giant axe. Dang! The tip of the spear collided with the blade of the axe. The whole spear was slightly bent, but the opponent's attack was bounced off by this spear. Such an overbearing attack was easily deflected by Yi Tianyun's spear. Then, he violently pulled again. The long spear was bent into a half moon, and it heavily smashed on the opponent's body. Pa! The opponent was directly sent flying by the spear, and he vomited blood in midair. When he fell, he was quickly caught by the opponent's elder. The huge impact still made the elder take a few steps back, and he almost lost his balance. Next, Yi Tianyun swung his long spear, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Young master won again. Young master won again. Young master, young master, young master. "Young master, young master, young master." The people below shouted with their blood boiling. They felt that Tianyun is a king of victory. No matter who it is, they can be easily defeated. Tianyun suddenly felt a great sense of achievement. This is the feeling he wanted, to be respected by thousands of people, and everything went so smoothly. No one can compare with him, and nothing can disobey his will. The battle quickly came to an end, and Tianyun easily challenged the entire sect and won this amazing battle. Everything went so smoothly. There were no ups and downs, no danger. It was so peaceful. Immediately after, Jade Palace began to rapidly expand its power, quickly rising to the third grade faction, and then to the fourth grade empire. Dominating a region, Tianyun became a great emperor at a young age, with countless beauties and countless subordinates. Everyone obeyed his call, and no one dared not obey. Everything went so smoothly that he was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 11:26. Tianyun always felt that he was missing something, but he couldn't remember it. He felt like he had forgotten something, and his mind was blank. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, what are you thinking about? A beautiful woman next to him came over, and there were several other beauties on the side, sprinkling petals on him. Countless petals fell into the water, making the pool smell so fragrant. Countless beauties, a powerful force. Everything went smoothly. No matter which force he attacked, the other side quickly surrendered. There were countless opportunities along the way, and he found a lot of treasures and martial arts, which greatly improved his cultivation. But it was so smooth that it made him wonder, is this still me? I seem to have forgotten something. Tianyun frowned. Don't think about it too much. Just leave these things to your subordinates. Great Emperor, you have worked hard for so long, it's time to enjoy it. Yes, your subordinates are all powerful people, so you don't need to worry about anything. No matter what, they can easily help you solve it. Yes, and the Snow Cloud Empress is about to give birth. You should accompany her more. One by one, the beauties who served him persuaded him not to think too much, and all kinds of delicious food were constantly stuffed into his mouth, enjoying all kinds of treatment. Tianyun frowned, and he felt that something was wrong. He pushed them away and said in a deep voice, "No, I am not like this at all. I have experienced so many life and death situations along the way. I have experienced so many ups and downs. How can it be so smooth? These are my precious experiences. They are all the process of strengthening my Tao heart. How can it be gone just like that? This is not my world, and I don't want to stay here." Tianyun's power broke out, and the pool around him scattered, and he directly rushed out of the palace and flew outside. Outside was a luxurious palace, and the commoners were living very comfortably. Everything was ruled perfectly, but because it was so perfect, there was a big problem. Everything was perfect, and it meant that there were problems everywhere. It was undeniable that this place was so perfect. It was the world he had always imagined. There was no dispute, no struggle, and from the beginning, there was no tragedy. But all of this was an illusion, and what he experienced must not be erased. All of these were his precious experiences. Without these experiences, how could he have such a firm Tao heart? There were many things that the system could not provide. After experiencing so many life and death situations, after experiencing so many dangers, it was all proof that he existed, proof that he was still alive. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, what happened to you? A group of people flew over from all directions, and when they saw Tianyun rush out, they were all shocked, not knowing what was going on. This also included Shuayun. She flew over with her big belly and stared at him blankly. "Tianyun, what's wrong?" Shuayun flew over and asked. "It's okay." Tianyun reached out and stroked the hair between her eyebrows. He smiled and said, "You're still beautiful no matter what." Shi Shuiyun blushed and said embarrassedly, "Scoundrel, there are so many people watching. What are you talking about? Everything was so real, no different from reality." He gently stroked Shi Shuiyun's belly and said with a smile, "It's a pity that I can't see the birth of my child again." He glanced around and said with a smile, "Thank you for your company. Goodbye." Shi Shuiyun grabbed him and said hurriedly, "Tianyun, where are you going?" "Leave this place. Leave this illusory world. Although you are illusory, I still want to thank you for letting me have such a sweet dream. I haven't had such a sweet dream for a long time. Thank you so much." Tianyun gently shook off Shi Shuiyun's hand, stepped on the void, and turned into a meteor that pierced through the world, leaving a group of stunned cultivators behind. In the end, the meteor hit the sky fiercely, and the whole world turned into countless fragments. Such a beautiful world was completely gone, turned into countless fragments. Then, these fragments completely turned into powder and disappeared from this world forever. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a firm look. At this moment, Tsue's adorable little face appeared in front of him, staring at him directly. "That's great. I knew that master would definitely wake up." "Father," Tsue guessed correctly. Tsue jumped into Tianyun's arms and said happily, "I didn't guess wrong. I didn't guess wrong." Tianyun looked at Tsue in his arms, then looked at the vast, heavenly venerate in front of him, and smiled. "Senior Vast, I passed, right?" Everything felt like a trance, but in reality, it was only for a short while. He only stayed in this sweet dream for a few days. But he stayed in this sweet dream for a few decades, or even 100 years. It was such a long time. Passed. If this is not a pass, no one can pass. The vast, heavenly venerate said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to wake up after spending only 3 days. Such a perfect world. But you gave up so easily, it really surprised me. Your Taoist heart is so firm that no one can match it." Tianyun smiled and turned to look at the divine Emperor Yuqin beside him. She, on the other hand, had been in a dream, and no one knew what kind of sweet dream she was having. She kept smiling, feeling that it was very wonderful, and she didn't want to wake up. She sank deeper, very deep, and there is no sign of her waking up at all. The vast heavenly venerate said, "Reincarnation and recultivation may seem like an additional lifetime of memories, but in reality, it is easier for one's Taoist heart to sink completely. After all, the pain she has experienced is undoubtedly more, and she yearns for that kind of beautiful world. It was not that the more experience, the better it was, especially that kind of terrifying experience. The more one experienced, the more pain they felt, and they didn't want to wake up from the sweet dream." "I think she will wake up." Tianyun shook his head and said, "Oh, so sure?" The vast heavenly venerate laughed. "She will definitely wake up." Tianyun answered simply, "Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Many people are stuck at this stage. 1 foot in hell, 1 foot in heaven. It all depends on a single thought." The vast heavenly venerate sighed and continued to taste his tea. Tianyun got up and sat beside him, drinking tea with him, waiting for the divine Emperor Yuqin to wake up. The reason why he believed that the divine Emperor Yuqin would wake up was mainly because these days he saw that the divine Emperor Yuqin was cold on the inside, but in reality, she was a very kind person. It was just that as time passed, she started to become cold, and that was to protect him. Chapter 11:27. After Tianyun got out of the illusion, he drank tea with the vast sky sovereign and didn't do anything else. At most, he drank tea while absorbing the rich astral power around him to increase his experience. He had to admit that it was quite a big increase. The vast sky sovereign didn't say much. He seemed to be waiting for the results of the divine Emperor Yuqin. if the divine Emperor Yuqin passed, the two of them could announce it together. That would save a lot of trouble. Plus, it was only a month. There was no hurry. Anyway, the jade pendant wouldn't be consumed here. It was much safer than outside. This was a special space. There wouldn't be any problems. Days passed. The divine Emperor Yuqin was still immersed in a beautiful dream. He didn't want to wake up. She must have failed. There are only a few days left. Cui didn't stay with the vast sky sovereign anymore. Instead, she liked to stick to Tianyun. Tianyun had an aura that made her feel comfortable. It was just that he didn't take off the longevity suit. Nonsense. My master will definitely pass. She is very powerful. She passed my test easily. The little boy retorted. He was the weapon spirit of the divine Emperor Yuqin's treasure. Since he followed the divine Emperor Yuqin, he would naturally side with his master. Humph. My master is the best. He passed in 3 days. Cui swung her little feet. Tianyun rubbed her little head and said, "You really are a bit like my daughter. You should play with my daughter. I think it would be more interesting." Master's daughter is interesting? Cui's eyes lit up. She was looking forward to it. Tianyun smiled. He wanted to go back. "Of course. I will take you to see her." In the blink of an eye, his daughter must have grown up a lot. 1 year here was equivalent to many years on the other side. By the time he returned, she would have grown into a beautiful young lady. While they were chatting, the divine Emperor Yuqin slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with nostalgia, as if she still didn't want to wake up. Everything is just a passing cloud. The divine Emperor Yuqin shook his head and sighed deeply. No one knew what she was dreaming about, but it seemed that she had already noticed it. She just didn't plan to come out until the time was right. "Master!" The little boy pounced on Cui excitedly. He then turned his head and made a face at Cui. "See, my master is awake." "Humph." Tsue turned her head and ignored him. "Congratulations on passing this test. It seems like your Tao hearts are indeed very strong." Empyrean Vast Expanse laughed. "Your Tao hearts are indeed not bad. You can wake up at any time, but you don't want to. Some beautiful things were just dreams. If I want to turn this dream into reality, I just need to become stronger." Empyrean Vast Expanse is right. The nostalgia in the divine Emperor Yuqin's eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye and was replaced by determination. Tianyun smiled. It was indeed, as Empyrean Vast Expanse said. Everything was based on strength. As long as they were strong enough, all their dreams could be realized. Everything was a matter of strength. As long as they were strong enough, what dream couldn't be realized? Both of you have passed my test. This proves that you have strong Tao hearts. You are in line with my expectations. Empyrean Vast Expanse looked at them and said, "Do you know why I have been testing your Tao hearts? Talent isn't the key. Diligence isn't the key either. The real key is to have a strong Tao heart. Only then can you ensure that you won't be invaded by demons and strengthen your cultivation heart." Tianyun answered. A strong Tao heart was more important than any talent. Many people couldn't do this. Without a strong Tao heart, many things couldn't be done well. That's right. The Tao heart is especially important in the later stages. Some who reach the later stages of cultivation feel like they are lost in it and can't break through the bottleneck. Or they get addicted to power, causing them to stagnate. The Tao heart is the most important existence. Empyrean Vast Expanse was very satisfied with Tianyun's answer. So many true powerhouses all have a strong Tao heart. Therefore, if you want to become a true powerhouse, you must first have a strong Tao heart. Therefore, when I choose disciples, I naturally need a strong Tao heart. Without a strong Tao heart, there's no way to become my disciple. Now, that both of you have a strong Tao heart, it's enough to become my in-name disciples. Empyrean vast expanse revealed a smile again. These two treasures are yours now. I hope that you treat them well and nurture them. They will definitely be of great help to you in the future. If we don't pass the final test, can we not bring them away? Tianyan looked at Tsue and the others. Of course not. Even if you pass their test, we won't let you take them away. Empyrean vast expanse said. Tianyan was a little depressed. If they didn't pass the test, they wouldn't be able to take them away. I know it's a little harsh. First, you have to get their recognition before you can walk to the final step. Empyrean vast expanse smiled. All right, we understand. They all knew what he meant. These were Empyrean vast expanse's treasures. He definitely couldn't give them to them casually. If they didn't even recognize their own treasures, they wouldn't be able to walk to the final test. As for stripping them of their treasures, it was actually very simple. Although they had already recognized them as their master, Empyrean vast expanse was a heavenly venerate. Furthermore, he was their previous master. Taking back their ownership was no problem at all. Of course, other than letting them follow you, I have other things to give you. Empyrean vast expanse smiled. Since you are my in-name disciples, I won't mistreat you. Following that, he waved his hand. 5 balls of light floated in the void, spinning in the air. Tianyan looked up and saw that each of the 5 balls of light was a martial art manual. Looking over, they were all superior grade, heavenly Tao martial arts. It was definitely a huge sum. Empyrean vast expanse was indeed worthy of being a heavenly venerate. Here are 5 superior grade, heavenly Tao martial arts, enough for you to cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. However, even if they are superior grade, heavenly Tao martial arts, they might not be able to help you cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. Everything will depend on your own luck. Having a heaven-defying martial art did not mean that there would be no bottlenecks. There would still be bottlenecks. However, with such a powerful martial art, it would have a certain supporting effect. The success rate would definitely be much higher than others. Superior grade, heavenly Tao martial arts. Tianyan's eyes lit up. To him, this was really a treasure. Chapter 11:28. High grade, heavenly Tao martial arts. Putting aside Tianyan, even the divine Emperor Yu Qin's eyes lit up. She did have a heavenly Tao martial art, but it was only a low-grade heavenly Tao martial art. Middle grade, heavenly Tao martial arts were already her dream martial arts. It was already too difficult to obtain a mid-grade heavenly Tao martial art, let alone a high-grade heavenly Tao martial art. Back then, she was a divine monarch, but that didn't mean that all divine monarchs were wealthy enough to possess many heavenly Tao martial arts. She was only able to obtain a low-grade heavenly Tao martial art, and that was after paying a hefty price. Now that there were 5 heavenly Tao martial arts in front of her, she was overjoyed. This was something that she could only dream of. This was a heavenly Tao martial art. With a high-grade heavenly Tao martial art, she would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. There are 5 high-grade heavenly Tao martial arts here, and they are all martial arts that I have created. Every martial art is different, and you can choose according to your needs. Of course, the main factor is your control over your heavenly venerate prowess. As long as you are capable enough, you can take as many as you can. If you can't even get a single one, I will still choose one for you. After all, you are still an in-name disciple. Although your control isn't outstanding, it will improve in the future. The vast heavenly venerate's shocking reply left the divine Emperor Yu Qin dumbfounded. Senior Vast. No, Master You are saying that if I can get it, I can have it all? The divine emperor Yu Qin was dumbfounded. It was as though a pie had fallen from the sky. If he could get his hands on all 5 high-grade, heavenly Tao martial arts, wouldn't he be invincible? That's right. As long as you are capable enough, feel free to take it. The vast, heavenly venerate smiled. Yi Tianyun looked at the 5 martial arts floating in the air and smiled, but he didn't say anything. I will give it a try now. The divine Emperor Yu Qin couldn't wait to give it a try. It was already a pleasant surprise to be able to get one. Of course, the vast, heavenly venerate had said that even if they couldn't get a single one, he would still choose one for them. This meant that there was an absolutely guaranteed opportunity, and they could even choose for themselves. It was truly generous. Immediately, the divine Emperor Yu Qin gathered his strength and quickly flew up. He extended his hand and inserted it into the ball of light, wanting to take out the martial art. Who would have thought that as soon as she touched the ball of light, she would be bounced off, flying dozens of meters before landing? This kind of counterforce was considered weak. It only bounced off slightly. However, he failed on his first try and didn't get the martial art easily. Although there was no limit to the number of times, it didn't look good. I have to control my strength well and synchronize it with this energy in order to pass through. This is a more gentle method. If you are strong enough to blow it up, you can also remove it. Heavenly Premier Vast Expanse explained. The divine Emperor Yu Qin nodded. She knew that she couldn't succeed on the first try. She had to try a few more times. Following that, she flew over again, not choosing to break through the barrier with brute force. If one were to use brute force to break through, it would simply be a joke in the face of the vast power of a heavenly venerate. Thus, he could only choose the first method. Breaking through with brute force was not advisable at all. It would only make him lose face. Pung! The divine Emperor Yu Qin was bounced off once again. However, she didn't land. She spun her delicate body and flew over at high speed. Very quickly, she tried again. Pung! She was bounced off again. However, it was obvious that her small hand had already pierced in a little. This proved that there was still a chance, and not no chance at all. After trying again and again, the divine Emperor Yu Qin didn't know how many times she had failed. Her delicate hand pierced deeper and deeper into the barrier. It could be seen with the naked eye that she was just a little bit away from touching the martial art. The divine Emperor Yu Qin didn't seem to know fatigue. She kept trying, piercing into the barrier again and again. Finally, her entire palm was inserted into the ball of light. She used her strength to grab the martial art and forcefully pulled it out. I finally got it. Although she had gotten the martial art, the divine Emperor Yu Qin looked battered and exhausted. Even her delicate hand had suffered some injuries. She looked quite pitiful. However, these were all superficial wounds. It would be fine after a little recovery. Compared to this, the martial art was more important. She had to obtain the martial art that she wanted. There were some people who wouldn't be able to obtain a Heaven's Path martial art, even if they had to pay with their lives. These were just superficial wounds, so naturally, it wouldn't be a problem. She rested for a moment before continuing on. After all, this was a rare opportunity, so she had to try harder. If you wish to obtain the second martial art, the difficulty will increase. Grasp this opportunity well, the vast heavenly paragon reminded her. As expected, when the divine Emperor Yu Qin tried to obtain the second martial art, she realized that the difficulty was several times higher than before. If it was a piece of paper that she could barely pierce through previously, it would be equivalent to a metal plate now. The increase in difficulty was so great that she felt like puking blood. She thought that after obtaining the first martial art, she would be able to familiarize herself with the control of energy and obtain the other martial arts. Who knew that the second martial art would be even more frightening? If she couldn't pierce through it, she would only be able to obtain one martial art. This was no different from asking the vast heavenly paragon to give them the martial art directly. However, the divine Emperor Yuqin didn't give up. She kept on trying, determined to obtain two martial arts no matter what. Tianyan sat by the side, sipping on his tea as he watched her try again and again. In any case, he had plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Thus, he allowed the divine Emperor Yuqin to try as she pleased. Very soon, after a long period of trying, the divine Emperor Yuqin finally obtained the second martial art. This could be considered as a huge breakthrough. In terms of control, there was a huge improvement. Master, you really don't forget to continue testing us. Tianyan shook his head. How could he not know what the vast heavenly paragon was thinking? This was a kind of test. However, a test with rewards was more motivating. From now on, you will be cultivating on your own. Naturally, I'll teach you as much as I can. In the future, you won't be able to see each other unless you break through to the heavenly paragon realm, the vast heavenly paragon said with a smile. Tianyan nodded. The vast heavenly paragon was just a spiritual will, so he wasn't able to teach them too much. From now on, they would only be able to see the vast heavenly paragon when they had a breakthrough in their cultivation. I give up. The divine Emperor Yuqin finally gave up on the third martial art. She wasn't someone who gave up easily, but she knew that she wouldn't be able to succeed in a short period of time. This third one was too difficult. I feel that I have to break through in my cultivation again and improve in other aspects. Why? Don't you want to try more? Tianyan chuckled. The divine Emperor Yuqin rolled her eyes at him. You think it's that easy? If you're strong, go and try it yourself. Let's see how many martial arts manuals you can get. She knew her limits. Although there was a mountain of treasures in front of her, she knew that she wasn't strong enough. In the end, she still chose to give up. Chapter 11:29. Although the divine Emperor Yuqin took away two martial arts manuals, the vast heavenly Lord quickly replenished them. These martial arts manuals were created by him, so he could replenish as much as he wanted. All he needed to do was use his divine sense to replenish one of them. Tianyan came under the 5 balls of light and looked up at them. He released the appraisal eye to examine their energy situation. The appraisal eye was almost omnipotent. As long as it was a material object, it could analyze it in detail. I would like to see how many manuals you can get this time. The divine Emperor Yuqin sat down, took the teacup, and gulped down a mouthful of tea. The heavenly Lord's power is not that easy to break. Do you think it is cabbages that can be picked up from the streets? Master will definitely get a lot of manuals. Chui retorted. Seems like you like him? The divine Emperor Yuqin looked at her up and down. An artifact spirit. You have just followed him, but you are already so attached to him. How rare. I like Master, so what? Chui said angrily. There is no problem with you liking him. Then how many manuals do you think he can get? The divine Emperor Yuqin asked. At least 3 manuals. Chui stretched out 3 fingers. No matter what, it was 1 more than the divine Emperor Yuqin. 3 manuals? The divine Emperor Yuqin thought for a while and smiled. Seems like you don't know how difficult the 3rd manual is. Previously, I only came down slightly later than him, which means that the gap is not that big. In a situation where the gap is not that big, he can still get 3 manuals. The divine Emperor Yuqin's deduction was not wrong. She only came down slightly later than Yi Tianyun. The gap was not that big. In this situation, it meant that their standards were about the same. If I say 3 manuals, then 3 manuals. Master will definitely get 3 manuals. Cui said angrily. Quite stubborn. The divine emperor, Yu Qin, shook his head. If you lose, will you choose to follow me? I don't reject any treasures. I'm not following. You bastard. Tsue didn't dare to look at the divine emperor Yu Qin in the eyes. She ran to Yi Tianyun's side and stared at her fiercely. The divine emperor Yu Qin. No, it should be Earth Lord Yu Qin. Are you trying to kidnap my artifact spirit? Yi Tianyun hugged Tsue and smiled at her. He knew that the divine emperor Yu Qin was just joking. He just wanted to bully Tsue. Of course I miss her. She has so much confidence in you. Don't you want to gamble? The divine emperor Yu Qin laughed. What about you? Don't you want to try and gamble with that artifact spirit? Yi Tianyun glanced at the little boy and laughed. I won't bet on artifact spirits. If you really surpass me, I'll tell you my secret. How about it? The divine emperor Yu Qin laughed. Correspondingly, if you lose, I won't ask for much. Just let me rub her. How about that? As she spoke, she even moved her fingers. She wanted to rub Tsue hard. She wanted to let her know the consequences of talking nonsense. No problem. Yi Tianyun rubbed Tsue's little head. However, I won't let you get your way. Dig out your memories and explain everything to me. You make it sound like you'll definitely get the 3rd book. The divine emperor Yu Qin rolled her eyes. She still thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to get the 3rd book. She had already tried it. How could she not know? The vast, heavenly venerate was also looking over. He wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would perform. After waiting for a while, Yi Tianyun was ready to retrieve the martial arts. Master, you can do it. Tsue didn't want to be trampled on by the divine emperor Yu Qin. She definitely wanted Yi Tianyun to win this round. Yi Tianyun smiled at her. Then he leaped up and reached his hand into the ball of light. The divine emperor Yu Qin's eyes brightened. She wanted to see Yi Tianyun get flung away. However, she saw Yi Tianyun reach out and easily take one of the martial arts. What? You succeeded on the first try? The divine emperor Yu Qin was dumbfounded. She thought that he would have to try many times. Who knew that he would succeed so quickly? The vast, heavenly venerate squinted his eyes. He was also shocked by Yi Tianyun's precise control. I got the 1st book. After Yi Tianyun kept the martial arts, he leaped up again and reached out his hand. He easily passed through the 2nd ball of light and took the martial arts. I got the 2nd book. There wasn't any obstruction. He got it easily. It felt as easy as drinking water. Previously, the divine emperor Yu Qin had tried countless times before he finally succeeded. Yi Tianyun succeeded so easily. This made her so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. How could he succeed so easily? She felt that what Yi Tianyun had reached wasn't the thick shield. Instead, it was a thin layer of paper. One poke, and it would break. The vast, heavenly venerate's eyes narrowed. This had far exceeded his expectations. He could easily surpass the time that the divine emperor Yu Qin needed. Although there wasn't a time limit, it was still shocking to get it so easily. The 2nd book. Tsue jumped up excitedly and clapped her hands. The divine emperor Yu Qin and the others were stunned and didn't know what to say. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed and locked onto one of the martial arts. He leaped up again and stuck his hand in. Once again, he easily reached inside and pulled the 3rd book out. There was no difficulty at all. Just like moving clouds and flowing water, everything went smoothly I got the third book. Tianyan grabbed the martial arts in his hand and smiled at the divine Emperor Yuqin. You lost. This is unbelievable. How did you get it so easily? The divine Emperor Yuqin's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She always thought that Tianyan wasn't too far away from her. Now, it seemed like she had thought too much. Not only was the difference not big, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. She spent a long time to get the second martial arts book. She couldn't even get the third one. In the end, she chose to give up. Tianyan used only a little bit of effort and easily got it. It could be said that he was an existence that defeated her in every aspect. They weren't on the same level at all. Isn't it the same as you? I have to put my hand in and control the energy to get in. What's the difference? Tianyan shrugged. The reason why he could get it so easily was naturally because of his scouting eyes. At first, when he watched the divine Emperor Yuqin try again and again, he had already observed the situation of the light and recorded the energy. When he personally came here, he could easily succeed according to these standards. As for the fourth book, he had to try a few more times. After all, directly observing from below was far less than the divine Emperor Yuqin's constant testing. Chapter 1130. 3 high-grade, heavenly Tao martial arts were easily obtained. If they were placed in the outside world, it would definitely attract a frenzied slaughter. This was a martial art that could allow one to become a heavenly venerable. How could they not be envious? If the elders of grade 2 god realms were to find out about this, they would probably go crazy. They basically did not have any high-grade heavenly Tao martial arts. Even if they did, they would only have 1 or 2. But that was not the main point. The main point was that these martial arts came from the hands of the vast heavenly venerable. What could be better than this? Now that Tianyan had 3 heavenly Tao martial arts, it would definitely cause a frenzy. 3 books, 3 books. Master, you're really amazing. Tsue was extremely excited. Now, she no longer needed to worry about being trampled on. She could go and trample on the divine Emperor Yuqin. No hurry, I can continue. Tianyan's eyes narrowed. He flew up and reached his hand into the ball of light. But just as he reached in, he was bounced back. Seeing this scene, the divine Emperor Yuqin heaved a sigh of relief. It would really be strange if he could take it down so easily. Seeing that he was bounced back, it proved that the ball of light's protective barrier was still effective. He needed to have better control to take it down. Not bad, not bad. This is only the first attempt, but I can already reach a small part. The vast, heavenly venerable's eyes lit up. Even if he failed, he was already halfway there. Tianyan did not stop. He flew over again and stabbed out with his hand. This time, it was a bit longer than before, but he was still bounced back. It was obvious that he could not take it down easily the second time, but he would not give up. He continued to try. He was bounced back again and again, but he improved every time. After 7 to 8 attempts, he finally reached in and took out the martial art. Success, the fourth one. Tianyan fell from the air and smiled as he put away the fourth martial art book. This situation caused the divine Emperor Yuqin to have a complicated look in his eyes. He had only tried for a short while, and he had already easily solved the fourth book. He was much faster than her. Tianyan did not stop. He quickly continued to try the last martial art. Since he was going to take it, he would definitely take all the martial arts. Otherwise, he would not give up. Again, he continued to grab, but his first attempt ended in failure. The fifth martial art was even more difficult to pick up. It was not that the fifth book was too precious, but as the number of martial arts decreased, the difficulty increased. Tianyan tried again and again. Every time he failed, he would notice the energy waves of the light. At the same time, he was able to use the same amount of energy to probe in, but there would be some differences every time. So he had to continue trying. This ball of light was actually very simple. All he had to do was emit the same energy fluctuations as this ball of light, and he would be able to enter. To put it bluntly, he wanted the ball of light to think that he was one of them and then let him in. The principle was very simple, but it required a lot of control to match his own energy waves with the ball of lights. The divine emperor Yuqin was temporarily unable to do it, but Yi Tianyan was able to do it. He just needed to try a few more times, and he would be able to succeed. Peng! Yi Tianyan was sent flying, but before he landed on the ground, he had already bounced up in the air, after which he stabbed his hand into the ball of light and finally penetrated it, grabbing the Heaven Dao martial art within. Come out! Yi Tianyan quickly pulled it out and slowly landed on the ground. Everything was so calm and relaxed, compared to the pathetic state the divine Emperor Yuqin was in previously. This was much more relaxed. 5 books, I got 5 books. Sui pounced over and hugged Yi Tianyan. She said excitedly, Master, you are really amazing. You actually got 5 books, 3 more than her. She was already filled with admiration for Yi Tianyan, and the vast, heavenly venerate couldn't even be bothered with him. You've already shouted many times today. Yi Tianyan rubbed her little head and walked over with a smile. Master, I'm sorry, but I've already gotten all the martial arts. It's all right. It's just that these 5 martial arts are all different. Cultivate them according to your own situation. The vast heavenly venerate smiled, and then his tone turned serious. However, there is one thing you have to take note of, and that is that you absolutely cannot spread it. If you do, you will definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao. Cultivating my martial arts is equivalent to making a vow that you absolutely cannot spread it. If you spread it, you will be punished by the heavenly Tao. There are no exceptions. If it could be spread at will, there would be no need for the heavenly venerate path to exist. They could just spread the martial arts around. Whoever learned it and broke through to the heavenly venerate level would be chosen as a disciple. How simple was that? The vast heavenly venerate wouldn't do that. If it was ruined by others, it was something he didn't want to see. Master, disciple will definitely not spread it. Yi Tianyan and the divine Emperor Yuqin nodded, their expressions solemn. This wasn't a joking matter. Very well, this is our farewell gift to you. Of course, there is also this heaven pilfering divine ground. As long as you cultivate, well, you won't need those barriers and can easily come in to cultivate. The vast heavenly venerate said, the devouring ability of the heaven pilfering divine ground couldn't be changed at will. It could only be offset by resisting the devouring. Otherwise, it could only be offset by these treasures. After explaining everything, when they were about to leave, Yi Tianyan suddenly thought of something and asked, Master, do we need to leave our names outside? Leaving their names was naturally the cliff outside. There were a total of 8 names. Oh, that's up to you. It doesn't matter if you leave or not. Those who can climb up here are all geniuses. After they grasp a bit of control, they will leave their names outside to promote themselves. The vast heavenly venerate said with a smile, I didn't ask them to leave their names outside. There's no need for that. It's all a matter of their interest. Yi Tianyan was speechless. So that was what was going on. He thought that they had to leave their names outside, but it turned out that they loved face and felt that doing so would give them face. They would definitely leave their names outside. All right then, I won't leave my name outside. Yi Tianyan looked at the divine Emperor Yuqin and said, What about you? Do you plan to leave your name outside? not interested. The divine Emperor Yuqin's eyes were filled with absent-mindedness. It seemed that he was still immersed in Yi Tianyun's violent martial arts. Then I look forward to you breaking through to the heavenly venerate level. The path of cultivation isn't easy. I hope that your Tao heart will become stronger and stronger. The vast heavenly venerate smiled and waved his hand. 2 rays of light enveloped them, and they disappeared.